Judge John Jones is presiding. Be seated. No talking.
All right, we are back to the trial matter. Are there any matters that we need to address before we get started with the jury? I just want to thank you all for your patience as we needed to get some things taken care of. The jury's ready with the agreement. Jurors enter in the courtroom. Y'all be seated. Mr. Hemphill, sir, if you can come back around. Go ahead, stand up, sir. Raise your right hand. Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, sir.
Just have a seat, sir. When we adjourned yesterday, we were in the middle of the cross-examination. Mr. Zuloff, sir, are you ready to proceed?
Yes. Mr. Hemphill, I'm going to call your attention to a few things. But one of the first things we're going to listen to are the dispatch radio recordings from the night in question. They've already been made, Your Honor, they've already been made, will be made part of a collective exhibit that the two offices are coordinating as we've been doing everything else. And for the record purposes, the entire audio is quite long, but I'm going to go to the 8-minute and 37-second mark, and I believe you as a witness will recognize what's happening. Okay, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
We're going to do it very similar to what we did yesterday as it relates to what you heard, et cetera, okay?
All right.
Your Honor, I'm going to hit pause. I'm at 100%. We ran into the same situation with Stingle yesterday. We'll try again. Before we go much further, can you hear that, Mr. Hemphill?
No, sir.
I even had Miss Tanisha help me. You can try a few more seconds, see if it gets better. The good news is we're not seeing anything, but were you able to hear that?
Very faintly, yes, sir.
All right, between the doors and the keys and I'm gonna do the best. If you can't hear something, you just tell us, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now proceed, John. First of all, whose voice was that?
It sounds to be like Officer Martin.
Was that a recording from the night of the Tyre Nichols arrest?
Yes, sir.
And you said that sounds like him and Martin?
Yes, sir.
$29.38, where it rains and Ross. Hey, Lewis to Floyd. Suspect is running down Ross.
Do you recognize that voice?
Yes, sir.
Whose voice was it?
That was my voice.
You're 2938, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Young male, black, slim build, blue jeans, and a hoodie.
Sounds to me like you're what?
Out of breath.
We earlier saw your body cam in the attempted arrest of Tyre Nichols at Ross and Rains Road. Are these calls lined up at that time frame?
Yes, sir.
Is that why you're out of breath?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, San Off. We last off.
By the way, we've heard that a few times. What is the dispatcher asking you
She's asking what were the charges.
on the fleeing?
Suspect, yes, sir.
And do you recall an answer ever being given by you or anyone else to the dispatcher?
No, sir, not that I recall.
Do you know why? Do you know why you nor any of the other officers announced to the dispatcher what the charges were? Slip your mind or what?
Yes, sir, just slipped my mind. I wasn't even listening to the radio because at that point I was helping Haley.
Proceed again at 10 minutes and 29 seconds.
Yeah, the Scorpio in November, really quick.
Who was that?
It sounded like Officer Martin again,
And what is he asking?
asking if there were any other Scorpion units in the area
And to what?
and to start heading to this area.
Now, if that call goes out to you as a Scorpion team member or a Memphis police officer, what does that mean to you for you to do?
You need to get there if possible.
Well,
If
it's
you're not,
not, because none of us are cops. You say if possible, what do you mean by if possible?
if you're not tied up on another call, if you're not in the middle of a traffic stop, you need to drop everything and head to that location.
What would happen if you decided, I'm not going on that call?
Realistically, other cops will start talking about you.
Would you be disciplined?
Possibly, yes, sir.
Back on at 10:36.
When I heard on the route.
Whose voice was that?
Sounded like Officer Justin Smith.
His number is 2931, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what was Justin Smith putting out on the dispatch?
That he was en route to that area to assist.
Back on at 10:45. Did you recognize that voice?
It sounded like Officer Mills.
And is that Mills saying he's on his way as well?
Is asking the dispatch for the last four of the CAD for, I assume, on a previous stop, and then he's going to head that way.
Okay, you're using acronyms, things like that. CAD is,
Computer automated dispatch. Anytime something happens to where the police are called, it generates an event number so that everything is in numerical order for what happened during that day.
and does that allow the officer to look on the CAD, the computer in the car, to find out what's next to do?
Yes, sir.
Back on at 10:56.
Negative 2938.
You're 38, is that right?
Yes, sir.
What were you asked?
She was asking if I still had eyes on the suspect.
What was your response?
Negative.
Back on at 11:27. Did you recognize that voice?
It sounded like Officer Justin Smith.
And what did Justin Smith ask?
Can we set up a perimeter?
What is a perimeter?
We know the location where the suspect was last seen. Can we get officers in that area to make sure that they're still somewhat in that neighborhood?
Back on at 11:40. I'm gonna hit pause there at 11:49. The dispatcher said something about a radio call, all Scorpion cars. What did she say?
Can all Scorpion cars head to that location of Rains and Ross?
Did she use the word pull down?
Yes, sir.
What does pull down mean in cop language?
Pull down means can you just pull over where your partners are to assist them?
It's an officer needing assistance, go then.
Yes, sir.
Back on at 11:49. That's Justin again asking the same question, right?
Yes, sir.
Moving on at 11:59. What the dispatcher tell Justin in his request for perimeter?
That there weren't any more cars.
All right. Going on at 12:03. Whose voice was that?
That sounded like Officer Martin.
The he that he's referring to is who?
Mr. Nichols.
Moving on at 12:23.
Negative, we can call them running down Ross.
That's you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're responding to Martin's call.
Yes, sir.
Who is 2933?
I believe that was Officer Martin.
And in pursuant to policy, if a police officer uses one of his weapons, taser, spray, what are y'all supposed to do?
Yes. So per policy, we're supposed to alert a supervisor and call the fire department.
And that's what that call is about,
Yes, sir.
to inform dispatcher.
Yes, sir.
All right, and then if we're listening for your supervisor, that would be Lieutenant Dwayne Smith, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And his number is 2901.
Yes, sir.
All right. Back on at 13. All right. I heard dispatcher call out 2901, and then I heard someone say check. Was that Lieutenant Dwayne Smith?
Yes, sir.
Because we're not police officers, and I'm just asking, is that Dwayne Smith saying, hey, I heard that transmission?
Yes, sir. In police language, the word check is just easy way just to say okay.
Moving on at 1311. Whose voice was that?
Officer Justin Smith,
What's he telling dispatch to do?
to have the fire department head to that location based on the fact that he knows at least pepper spray was used.
I got a silly question. You got a lieutenant being paid to be the supervisor. He didn't make that call, did he? The lieutenant.
Not that I can hear, no, sir.
Assume that you're hearing everything, okay?
Yes, sir.
Dispatch, does dispatch know the policies and procedures of MPD that says if chemical spray is used, to go ahead and roll fire department?
Yes, sir.
But that call appears to be Justin telling dispatcher to do it, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, moving on at 1323. Your voice. Whose voice?
I wasn't able to hear that voice.
It's okay. We'll move on. Whose voice was that?
It sounded like Officer Justin Smith.
And is the he that he's referring to the suspect?
Yes, sir.
Is it our, I'm just asking for my own education. Is it my imagination that I'm hearing the cops call outs much clearer and louder than I hear the dispatcher? Or is it just because the dispatcher, to your knowledge, is just a low talker?
I'm saying with you, the cops are coming through more clearly and dispatch is a little more mumbled.
And did you find that to be common as a roaming out there, that dispatchers kind of quiet and mumble?
Yes, sir. There were times that we would have to tell dispatchers, hey, can you speak up or you're coming in muffled?
Okay. Moving on at 14:15.
Like a camouflage jacket, like orange, green, and red, and only wild head, swim there.
Whose voice was that describing the suspect?
It sounds to be Officer Martin.
Back on at 14:40.
He couldn't that far.
Is that also Emmett Martin that we just heard?
Yes, sir.
Moving on, 14:48.
2938, did you also read that I deployed my taser?
And who was that?
That was my voice.
And what are you doing?
Just making sure again that the dispatcher knew that I used my taser.
Is that pursuant to policy?
Yes, sir.
Moving on at 14:57. What'd she say?
She told me that she does have it written down on her system that I use my taser, and she does have the fire department en route.
Moving at 15:04. Just before I start. So at this point, Tyre Nichols has not been captured. Is that right?
I don't believe so. Yes, sir.
You haven't heard it on the radio, have you?
No, sir.
Okay. So at this point, at least from the radio standpoint, Mr. Nichols has not been captured or spotted.
Right.
And yet, you, Justin, and who knows, maybe somebody else, have let dispatcher know to get medical over there. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
The first one happened to be Justin Smith, but then you did it as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And the officers, it sounds like to me, have reported to their supervisor the pepper spray, the taser, and a fleeing suspect to the supervisor through the dispatch radio system. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Back on at 15:07.
One out one.
Whose voice was that?
Lieutenant Smith.
And what is Lieutenant Smith asking the dispatcher for?
Can she check to see if there's a canine officer available to help search the area?
Moving on. 15:19.
Where they tag you see what they do.
Whose voice is that?
Sounds to be Officer Martin.
And whose tag is he asking to be run?
Mr. Nichols.
Moving on at 15:32.
I gave you a tag number on there, I'll be able to give you the information on.
Is that him and Martin?
Yes, sir.
Back on 15:49.
give me the address over.
Is that him in Martin again?
Yes, sir.
And what does he ask you, the dispatcher, for?
To run the tag, and can you get the address off of the tag?
Why is that helpful?
Because if the suspect lives near, they're possibly running to their house.
Doesn't that assume that the owner of that car is the one driving the car?
Yes, sir.
And at this point, did any officer out there know who was driving that car?
No, sir.
Moving on. 1603.
Well, what we do, put stop sign on road.
Whose voice was that?
Sounds to be Officer Mills.
And what's he saying? What's he communicating?
That he has located the suspect southbound on Ross, and then he said we were at Ross. Like, what was the other street? I wasn't able to hear that.
I would suggest you says Ross and Cascade, but the question I want to ask you is, you know Mills' voice pretty well, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Is he pretty quiet, pretty calm, pretty laid back?
Yes, sir.
Did he sound pretty calm, laid back in that radio call?
No, sir.
What's it sound like to you, knowing Mills and the way he talked?
That he is running after somebody and needs other cars with him now.
All right, playing at 1632. What was that?
The dispatcher just repeating the address of Ross and Castlegate.
Is that for who to act upon?
Any officer that has a radio tuned into that frequency.
For which precinct?
Ridgeway Station.
And Ridgeway Station, is that a large precinct with several cars, several officers? What?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Moving on, 1647. Do you know what that was?
I couldn't hear all of it.
Who was speaking?
It was the dispatcher.
Did you hear an address?
All I heard was Castlegate.
Would it help if I rewind it 10 seconds?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear about it that time?
Yes, sir.
There's an address on Cascade, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Is that the dispatch responding to the earlier call on running that tag?
Yes, sir.
You're sure of that?
Yes, sir.
Hitting play at 1654. Whose voice was that?
Sounds like Officer Justin Smith.
How would you describe Justin Smith's voice in that radio call?
Just distressed and currently fighting with somebody.
And what is he asking for?
He needs more cars with him now.
He needs assistance.
Yes, sir.
Hitting play at 1712. That's at 1720-ish. That's the dispatcher speaking. And what is she telling officers in the Ridgeway precinct?
Is there anyone available to assist with officers with a suspect that's existing and running?
Playing at 1724. By the way, you mentioned earlier that if you're not really in the middle of anything, you're really doing a whole lot, you should go back on that call from the dispatch to the entire precinct. What are the officers being ordered to do?
To head to that location if you're not stuck on anything.
I don't want to take issue with stuck on anything. What do you mean by stuck on anything?
You're not stuck waiting on the tow truck to tow a car that broke down in the middle of the road. You're not still on a traffic stop trying to issue a ticket for speeding. If you're sitting in a parking lot waiting for a call, you need to head to this location now.
Well, I'm gonna throw a hypothetical at you. You're a Memphis police officer. If dispatcher says all cars pull over to 6547 cancel date, you're saying that if you happen to be waiting on a tow truck, you can keep waiting on the tow truck, or do you need to go give officer assistance?
Memphis PD would rather you wait for the tow truck because other officers would pick up the slack.
Moving forward at 1727. Who was that?
I wasn't able to hear.
That's all right, move on. You probably couldn't make that out because I couldn't, right?
No, sir.
Moving on. Whose voice was that?
Sounded like Officer Justin Smith.
Wasn't quite as clear as before, was it?
No, sir.
Sound like he's actively engaged in something?
Yes, sir.
What's he doing?
He's still fighting with the suspect.
And sometimes, even though somebody makes a radio call out, you hear background noise. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear background noise on that call? Or you want to hear it again?
Can I hear it again?
Sure. You actually heard two voices, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Is that the background noise I was talking about?
Yes, sir.
Could you make it out what the other person, the mystery person, was saying?
No, sir.
Hitting at 1825. How about that? Could you hear that a little bit better in the background?
Yes, sir.
What did the person say in the background?
Can I hear it one more time?
Sure.
Give me your motherfucking hands.
So the call is Justin's voice going out, but you hear someone in the background saying, "Give me your motherfucking hands."
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea whose voice that was?
It sounds like Officer Martin.
That's dispatch calling for Justin.
Yes, sir.
Is it because she wants to know his exact location?
Yes, sir.
Moving on at 1851. Whose voice was that?
I wasn't able to tell by that voice.
You want to try again or not? Move on.
We can try one more.
All right. Whose voice was that?
That was Officer Haley.
He's 2935.
Yes, sir.
Moving on at 1931. Whose voice is that?
Sounds like Officer Mills.
How's he sound?
Out of breath.
Moving on at 1936. That was Mills again, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Moving on. Whose voice was that?
It sounded like Officer Justin Smith.
I'll play it again, see if you hear anybody else in the background. Who's that?
That's Officer Smith still.
Did you happen to hear what the intersection was that Justin Smith put out on the radio?
It sounded like Ross and Castlegate.
Oh. Okay. I think it's the jury. Moving on at 2004. By the way, regardless of what he said, did it sound like he had his composure?
No, sir.
How long have you known Justin Smith?
About 3 months.
Would you describe him as a composed person?
Yes, sir.
Moving on at 2004. Who is that?
Lieutenant Smith.
And was he confused, or could it be that Justin put out the wrong street name?
He sounded like he was confused with how the dispatch was saying the street name.
Moving on at 2026. Whose voice was that?
Officer Mills.
Dispatch had actually called for Justin 2931 saying, give us your location again. And Mills answered. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Is that common?
Yes, sir.
If somebody's busy doing something important, another officer standing there can make a response. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And that's what happened there.
Yes, sir.
Mills responded, hitting play at 2041. All right, first of all, whose voice was that?
Officer Haley.
That's 2935.
Yes, sir.
And what was he telling dispatcher?
Telling the dispatcher to go ahead and start the fire department because the suspect was pepper sprayed, tased, and everything.
By the way, you were back at Ross and Raines during these transmissions, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Were you listening to them?
Yes, sir.
And when you heard that transmission, did you draw any conclusions whether or not the suspect was in custody yet?
Normally when he called the fire department, it's the suspect's in custody.
Custody is defined as what, sir?
At least having the handcuffs on him.
Handcuffs and anything else?
Under control.
How about searched?
Searched. Yes, sir.
By the way, at Rawson Range Road, did anybody search Tyre Nichols?
No, sir.
Moving on at 2125. I couldn't make that out. Could you?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
It was Officer Mills also just advising that pepper spray was deployed.
Okay, so we can't say dispatch didn't know about all this, right?
Right. Yes, sir.
And if I remember from your body cam yesterday, when engine 55 rolls up, which I think we're about to hear, when engine 55 rolls up, what do you tell the paramedics that get off the fire truck?
That the suspect was pepper sprayed and tased.
And did you mention to the paramedics that you had been fighting with the suspect?
Yes, sir.
So at least at this juncture, everybody on this radio frequency, MFD, everybody knows there's been a fight, there's tasing, spraying, fleeing. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
2134. And what was dispatch telling the officers right there?
She was telling 2935 that the fire department was already en route.
We're at 2140. Did he play? I didn't recognize it. Did you?
No, sir.
Go ahead on playing.
Twenty-nine thirty-eight, engine 55 just made the scene over here with me. Okay. Capital City brings the suspect up here.
Okay, my math is right. About 15 seconds went by from the time Haley said, pepper spray, tase, everything, to you calling saying paramedics are on the scene with you at Range and Ross. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Hey, what I gotta do down this up?
Ah, so who's 2932?
2932. I don't remember
Did you hear what 2932 said?
that they have him in custody.
Which is a little bit later than what we heard earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
We were at 2214 when the last police officer made that call. Moving forward.
Twenty-nine thirty-eight. Does the fire department need to come down to you, or are you bringing them back down here? Get them down here, bring them down here.
All right. A little bit unusual to use a person's name on the radio. Is that right?
No, sir.
Hill? Whose voice was that speaking to you?
Justin Smith.
And what was he telling you?
He was just telling me that the fire department needs to come to them.
He'd already told you once, right?
No, sir. That was the only one that I can recall when he answered.
Okay. But does Justin sound to you, based upon your knowledge of his voice inflection, be a little bit put out?
Yes, sir.
And he says, Hemphill just sitting down there. Just send him down here to us. Is that what he said?
Yes, sir.
And did you follow that direction?
Yes, sir.
And by the way, what rank, not title, but what rank did you have at the Memphis Police Department?
Just regular officer.
And how's that work? Patrolman 1, Patrolman 2, how's that work?
So you have patrolman probation, then you have regular patrolman, and at the time it was sergeant, lieutenant, and on up.
We'll stop at sergeant. Okay, so it's probationary, or whatever you call it, patrolman, and then sergeant. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Justin Smith's rank at the time of this incident was what? Same as you?
Yes, sir.
Patrolman.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're heading that way now.
All right. That was you
Yes, sir.
saying what?
That I'm sending the fire department that way now.
You have testified in numerous environments, FBI, Department of Justice, State of Tennessee, District Attorney's Office. You have given your statements, and some of those statements have been sworn to. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And let's just look at the sworn statements, sworn testimony that you've given. You were asked, and I'm asking you today, are you familiar with Justin Smith's reputation there at organized crime?
Not too familiar since I only knew him 3 months.
Okay, we'll do it that way. Do you recall your sworn testimony when asked to describe Justin Smith's reputation and your opinion of him?
Very caring, laid back, and understanding.
And does kind and gentle ring a bell for you in front of the grand jury stating that about Justin Smith?
Yes, sir.
Was that your testimony?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
It's very similar to what you just said. I just want to make sure you did in fact testify that way about Justin Smith.
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by kind and gentle? And did you say compassionate as well? What did you say?
Understanding.
Understand. Describe for the jury what you mean by kind, gentle, and understanding.
Anytime I had a question or anything, I would always ask him. He wouldn't ask questions. He would just help me out at the best of his abilities. There was a time where I was probably going to be sent off of the team because I wasn't producing stats. So he told me ride with him in his car for a couple of days so he can help me get on track to doing what the Scorpion team needs to do.
He also gave you some advice about what officers to stay away from too, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
Did you follow his advice?
Yes, sir.
May I have a moment with my client? Your Honor. Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
All right, I believe Mr. Perry's next.
You need to use this up?
No, Corner.
Good morning.
My name is John Perry, and I'm here on behalf of Tyre Nichols. I think, other than you, Mr. Bean would have been the newest member of the Scorpion unit, back when you were on the Scorpion unit, right?
Yes, sir. If I recall, he was only there a little bit longer than me.
About a month longer, is that fair? And Mr. Zuma asked you a series of questions, so I'm not gonna go through all of that. I'll probably be up here about 5 minutes, but Mr. Zuma asked you before he sat down, questions about how many different times you've talked and testified, et cetera. You've been pretty consistent, right?
Yes, sir.
To be honest, you've been precisely consistent from day one about what happened, about your people on the team, right?
Yes, sir.
And part of that consistency, the questions weren't always as pleasant and laid out as Mr. Martin Zumach just asked you, right?
Right. Yes, sir.
And you've had an opportunity to talk with members of the DA's offices, right?
Yes, sir.
And those communications were recorded, right?
Yes, sir.
Those communications were pretty pleasant, and they just talked to you, asked questions, right?
Yes, sir.
There was no kind of browbeating, I'll call it. Was there?
Not too much. No, sir.
Yeah, it's a little bit different when you're across the street, right?
Yes, sir.
A little bit different when you're talking to the DOJ, right?
Yes, sir.
They try to, in particular, get you to change stories sometimes, right?
Yes, sir.
They use that same word, they browbeat you, right?
Yes, sir.
There was recorded transcript, 8 pages, where they tried to get you to change the fact that you heard somebody's hand on a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't change that, did you?
No, sir.
You also were asked questions during that same grand jury testimony regarding whether or not you knew Kadarius Bean, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think you characterized it in that testimony, and tell me if I'm wrong. It didn't talk much.
Right.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Was he a pretty quiet guy?
Yes, sir.
And you said that he seemed like a good officer, right?
Yes, sir.
You said he was shy and just handled his business the right way.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
true? Anything about him, and you were asked specifically during that same inquiry where I was talking about the 8 pages where they took you through the ringer about whether or not you heard a gun, you said you stuck to it. I heard it, and found out you did hear it, right?
Yes, sir.
But when you're asked those questions regarding Mr. Bean, he asked you specifically, have you ever known him to use excessive force? And did he have a reputation for using excessive force? And you remember your answer?
Yes, sir.
And what was that answer?
I don't recall any excessive force or anything used by Officer Bean.
You ever heard any kind of problems regarding his character and his reputation in the MPD?
No, sir.
Mr. Perry? My whole law department gonna make me have to tell a story. I said I was gonna be a few minutes, but it's gonna be just a few minutes longer.
All right.
Do you remember going through an exercise with Memphis Police Department where they sprayed your face with pepper spray?
Yes, sir.
What happened during that? Can you kind of talk to us about what that exercise is?
So that exercise to the police academy, they spray you with your own pepper spray. And the whole point of the exercise is you got to work through it. You can't just give up. So during that, they ask you a series of questions like what's your license plate number? How long have you been in Memphis? After that, you have to, believe it was, you had a training dummy laying on the ground. You have to try to handcuff them while you're still fighting with pepper spray. And then there's also another training dummy where you have to do a few strikes to them to also, you still got to keep working through this pepper spray.
You were asked a couple times about pepper spray and how strong. Now on that night back January 7th, 2023, when you're making a stop, you had been driving, correct?
Yes, sir.
And are you at night? Have you always worn glasses since you've been driving?
Yes, sir.
And on that particular night, did you have your glasses on?
Yes, sir.
And I remember you saying that you sprayed everybody, but yours hit the brow and up, right?
Yes, sir.
Did the brunt of it hit the eyeglasses during the time that he was spraying, if you remember?
If I remember, most of it hit my forehead and then it started going down.
Okay. So it wasn't directly in the eyes, in other words, right then, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now I remember talking on your with your camera some 50 odd minutes. There were 2 different body worn camera segments, and you talked for a long time, but it seemed like that whole time you were what I call hockey, what have you, but you're clearing your voice, clearing your throat. Can you tell the jury why you would have been clearing your throat and catching your breath during that time frame?
So the pepper spray that they used at the time, it blinded you, obviously, and it also affected your breathing and closed up your sinuses. Hence, hacking up because you're trying to get it out of your system. And if any of it's in your nose, they also tell you in the academy, to breathe it out your nose. If there's anything in your mouth, you got to get it out.
When you get a burst of that in your eyes, is it possible to see as good as you can see right now?
No, sir.
Matter of fact, but for a few feet in front of you, can you see anything?
No, sir.
And on that particular night, do you remember that intersection?
Yes, sir.
Was there anybody out there stopping traffic and saying, hey, y'all stop, we got to run across these 4 lanes of traffic?
No, sir, not that I remember.
Were you running out there in the dark, basically, after having some pepper spray in your eyes?
Yes, sir.
All right. And was a pretty difficult experience.
Yes, sir.
Now, at the academy, you have to get it directly in your eyes, right?
Yes, sir.
We can pause right there. Go ahead. Your Honor, may we approach? All right.
We just take a brief recess and get that queued up.
Court stands in recess.
Everyone went outside.
You stand here.
You want to sit down and can't discuss your testimony. You just have to see the computer.
I'm saying she needs to go first.
were on the scene that night, and after the incident, and you had at some point described it, that this was similar to fighting Bad Bob. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean by fighting Bad Bob? What is Bad Bob?
So Bad Bob is a training exercise that they do at the police academy. Like I said, you know, they pepper spray you, and it's drills that you have to do so that you already know how strong pepper spray is, if it gets in your eyes, and how to work through it.
And what did they ask you to do after being sprayed when you done the Bad Bob exercise? Can you talk me through it?
Yes. So after they spray you, they first tell you, because when they spray you, your eyes are closed. And they tell you, well, we want you to take a couple blinks so that way it gets into your eyes and, you know, they can tell when it hits. They didn't ask like a series of questions like your license plate number, where are you at right now, how long have you been living in Memphis? And then after you answer a series of questions, they didn't tell you to go, I believe it was do a couple strikes to a dummy. So that way you're fighting with the dummy while you're, you know, still blinded with pepper spray. After you do a good couple strikes, they tell you to move on to the next station, which is a training dummy laying on the ground. And it's handcuffing the dummy also while you're blind.
Is it difficult to handcuff that dummy while you're blind?
Yes, sir.
And is it difficult as far as finding where Bad Bob is even while you're blind?
Yes, sir.
And it is, according to what you said during that evening, that was pretty much similar to what you went through in actual real life that evening. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that a typical type of evening where you had pepper spray in your eye and had to run across 4 lanes of traffic?
No, sir.
And was that one of the most difficult interactions that you had while you were with the Memphis Police Department?
It was one of them. Yes, sir.
And that was, and as you indicated, it put you all the way back in your frame of mind to being in the academy, having to deal with Bad Bob.
Yes, sir.
Pass it to John.
I'm not gonna be too long, okay?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Like you said, I think you've talked to a lot of people.
Yes, sir.
I think me and you talked once, is that right?
We spoke several times. Yes, sir.
Once or twice,
Yes, sir. Something like that.
and you testified, in a federal grand jury once, is that correct?
Believe so. Yes, sir.
I want to go back to the start. Like I said, I'm not trying to be long. I do want to go back to the start, okay?
All right.
And it made sense to me because often as police officers, it would make sense for you to say we. I mean, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, and that's just how we do it. If you're gonna write an affidavit or complaint about what somebody did, you would say the person was observed to do X, Y, and Z, but it may have been other police officers that observed X, Y, and Z.
Yes, sir.
And there's nothing wrong with that. That is how it's supposed to work, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so it's not uncommon for you to say we and stuff like that. I want to though separate, you know, what you actually saw versus, you know, the we, okay?
All right.
All right, so we're on that night, and you said we saw Tyre Nichols speeding, but I want to take that apart, okay? Who is it that saw something?
Officer Martin.
Okay. And you've been asked the question before whether or not you actually saw Tyre Nichols speeding. Your answer was no, that it was also Martin that said he saw Tyre Nichols speeding. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You were asked previously, so what did you actually see Tyre Nichols do? And your answer was that he changed lanes without signaling,
Yes, sir.
once or twice. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is a traffic violation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you see, how do you know that when Martin said, I see him speak, is that on the radio or something?
Yes, sir.
So you hear Officer Martin say on the radio, I see a car speeding or whatever.
Yes, sir.
Did you see at that point Officer Martin activate his blue lights?
A couple blocks up, yes, sir.
Couple blocks up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this car is ahead of y'all,
Yes, sir.
and is, at this point, is Martin ahead of you,
Yes, sir.
and you're further back.
Martin is ahead of me. I'm in the middle, and Haley's behind me.
And you haven't seen this car speeding,
No, sir.
but you've heard Martin say that.
Yes, sir.
You travel some more blocks,
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you said a couple or a few, but whichever one, a couple or a few, and Martin activates his blue lights.
Yes, sir.
He doesn't keep his blue lights on, though, does he?
No, sir.
He flips them on pretty quickly,
Yes, sir.
and he continues to travel,
Yes,
right,
sir.
for just a little bit, right?
Yes, sir.
And then he flips them off.
Yes, sir.
And then the cars continue to travel.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we watched the video before of, as Mr. Sumak said, a videographer that did the route. Okay. But it sounds like it's not like Emmett Martin had his blue lights on the whole time during this route, right?
All right. Yes, sir.
Blue light click on. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but presumably the car that was speeding didn't stop.
All right. Yes,
Right,
sir.
I mean, even if you couldn't see it, it's pretty obvious it didn't stop, right?
Yes, sir.
So flick on blue lights, that car didn't stop. Flick off blue lights.
Yes, sir.
And then at that point, what are y'all doing?
They were following Mr. Nichols.
They're following. Now, they weren't pursuing them, were they?
No, sir.
Because it's even against the policy to pursue the car for that offense, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so flick blue lights on, car doesn't stop, flick them off, and we're just gonna sort of follow the car.
Yes, sir.
That's sort of what y'all want.
Yes, sir.
And while y'all are following the car, you see the car do a lane change once or twice without a turn signal.
Yes, sir.
You never see the car going on to incoming traffic, do you?
No, sir.
You never see a car hopping the curb or anything like that.
No, sir.
Y'all are just following and catching back up to it.
Yes, sir.
Y'all do catch back up to it.
Yes, sir.
And when y'all do catch back up to it, blue lights come on.
Yes, sir.
And y'all are in cars that are not, don't look like police cars, right?
No, sir.
They're like Dodge Chargers or something.
Yes, sir.
And they're not marked MPD or anything like that. They're probably black. They're black.
Mine was blue.
Dodge Chargers, the lights are even on the inside.
Yes, sir.
So it's just that those panels. So
And I believe it had lights inside the grill on the front of the car.
y'all catch back up to the car, the blue lights back on.
Yes, sir.
Catch back up to the car's actually stopped. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And it stopped in the left-hand turn lane
Yes, sir.
with the left-hand turn signal on.
I don't recall the turn signal on.
Left-hand turn lane. All right,
Yes, sir.
stop.
Yes, sir.
And this is the point where the traffic stop, the actual, what we watched begins. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've been asked about this traffic stop a bunch,
Yes, sir.
fair to say, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ever see, you've been asked questions before, did you ever see Tyre Nichols take a swing at anybody during this traffic stop?
No, sir.
Did you ever see him punch somebody during this traffic stop?
No, sir.
Did you ever see him kick anybody during this traffic stop?
No, sir.
Did he ever cuss at y'all during the traffic stop?
No, sir.
Did he ever spit at y'all during the traffic stop?
No, sir. Not that I know of.
Did he ever threaten y'all during the traffic stop?
No, sir. Not that I know of.
In fact, you actually described what he did as politely resisting.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And you've been previously asked, well, what did y'all do, right?
Yes, sir.
You get out of the car with your gun drawn, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you put it up?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? At some point during this conversation, you pressed the taser up to his leg or something?
Yes, sir.
But at that point, the electricity is not on the taser.
Correct.
I'm not trying to say you taser.
Right. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you just have the taser press up to him.
Yes, sir.
You say something to the akin to, I'm gonna tase your ass or something like that.
Yes, sir.
Who says, I'm gonna break your shit?
I believe that was Officer Haley.
All right, so tase your ass, I'm gonna break your shit. He has been, thrown's not the right word. How was he taken to the ground?
I don't recall how he was taken to the ground. I just know we were on the ground.
We saw how he was taken out of the car.
Yes, sir.
So he's taken out of the car, would you say forcefully?
Yes, sir.
You had told an officer on the scene that he was persuaded to get out of the car.
Yes, sir.
Persuaded to me sounds like there was a negotiation and, ultimately he was persuaded to get out of the car. But he wasn't persuaded to get out of the car, was he?
No, sir.
He was forcefully taken from the car.
Yes, sir.
On the ground,
Yes, sir.
he is being yelled at,
Yes, sir.
he is being threatened.
Yes, sir.
And you do have the taser weapon up to his body.
Yes, sir.
And he is also pepper sprayed.
Not yet at that point.
At some point in this.
Yes, sir.
At some point in this is pepper sprayed.
Yes, sir.
Before he runs away.
Yes, sir.
And that's actually, I should have told you, that's the point we're going up to, the point he runs away. Okay. You've been asked previously, well, is it possible that all that stuff, all those actions, is what made Tyre Nichols run away?
Objection, calls for speculation.
He's been asked this question previously.
What question has been asked or is that question has been asked?
In his prior testimony.
Correct, testimony in another hearing. If I can have the attorney's approval.
On the ground, correct?
Yes, sir.
Threatened to break his ship, correct?
Yes, sir.
Threatened to tase his ass.
Yes, sir.
correct? Pepper spray.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nichols runs away.
Yes, sir.
You heard Officer Martin say something, and I'll put words, well, what did you hear Officer Martin say when Tyre was being forcibly removed from the car?
To let go of his gun.
So let go of his gun.
Yes, sir.
And to be clear, you're asking questions, I knew that was you meant. You didn't hear anybody grab a gun.
No,
Correct?
correct. I
Like
just
you
heard
didn't
Mark
hear
say.
hand hitting metal or something like
Right,
that.
correct.
You heard Officer Martin say,
Let go of my gun.
let go of my gun. Did you see Tyre Nichols grab for his gun?
No, sir.
You just heard Martin say that.
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not Tyre Nichols actually grabbed for his gun?
No, sir.
Did you in fact speak with Officer Martin after this incident?
Yes, sir.
Did that cause you more doubt as to whether or not Tyre Nichols actually grabbed for his gun?
No, sir. I was just asking Martin if I heard what I thought I heard.
Was reference made that it could have been something just tugging on his belt,
Later on, Martin did say that.
which is entirely different, right?
Yes, sir.
And it was hearing that as to why Tyre was thrown on the ground
Yes, sir.
and how this all went so forceful. You admit it was forceful,
Yes, sir.
so quick,
Yes, sir.
with an individual who testified before wasn't even fighting y'all. Correct?
Yes, sir.
You described him as resisting, to be fair, correct?
Yes, sir.
You described it as polite resistance, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you were very clear that you would not consider that fighting.
All right. Yes, sir.
Yet he was threatened, yet he was pepper spraying. And as he ran off, he attempted to save him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you never went from there to the scene of the criminal activity, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
However, when we watched the body cam video, we heard you tell somebody, I hope they stomp his ass.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
You regret that comment.
Yes, sir.
If we watch more video later, we see another comment about Tyre's face and how he looks after this happens, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you regret that comment too?
Yes, sir.
But would you acknowledge that I hope they stomp his ass? There's something to that.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever heard in this police department of the term or the phrase or the concept of, some sort of street tax or some sort of street justice for somebody that runs for the police?
Not just for Memphis Police. Yes, sir.
More generally, yeah, not just.
Just police in
actually-
general.
You grew up wanting to be a police officer, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've heard this before,
Yes, sir.
correct? You've described, or have you described before, how you've heard it, especially from older officers?
Yes, sir.
I think you told me, maybe I think you made a statement, officers that don't even want to get out of their cars anymore. or whatever.
Right. Yes, sir.
That old school, you hear them talking about street tax.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Nowadays, it's not talked about in terms of street tax, is it?
No, sir.
Is there talk among the officers, though, that if somebody runs and get them, that is a chance to get one punch in?
Possibly. Yes, sir.
Do you want to try to get in more than one punch?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because then it's too much.
One punch is justice for running.
No, sir.
Well, what is it?
Just put handcuffs on them,
Just put handcuffs on.
get them under control. Yes, sir.
Well, prior you've been asked if somebody runs, correct?
Yes, sir.
That is common for officers or not common? That is sometimes officers try to get a little, and if it's your word, street justice.
Yes, sir.
And you have acknowledged that one punch may be, I don't want to say acceptable, but let's say acceptable.
Possibly. Yes, sir.
For more than one punch, unacceptable.
Yes, sir.
And I think even we talked, a punch can also be called pieces, right? A piece.
Yes, sir.
So one piece, a lot of pieces though, problem.
Right. Yes, sir.
Ultimately, you watched that Sky Cop video, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Is that the stomping that you were hoping for?
No, sir.
Was that beyond anything?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Was that beyond anything that you were hoping for?
Yes, sir.
That's all, Judge.
Briefly.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You talked, Mr. Hackman just asked you about Officer Martin seeing the blue Nissan Sentra speeding, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you relied on that to initiate the stop, or participate in initiating the stop, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even though you hadn't seen speeding at that point.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Am I correct that you did see traffic violations by that blue Nissan Sentra?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I interrupt you? This is his witness, and this is leading.
Thank you. What traffic violations did you see the blue Nissan Sentra engage in on the riverbank?
Fleeing from the police and multiple lane changes without a blinker.
And did you see traffic violations by the Sentra on Rains after the turn?
No, sir.
You were asked by Mr. Sumak about your speed and looking at your speedometer while watching the video yesterday. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what speed you reached on the Rains?
About 60 miles an hour.
And your body-worn camera showed the Garmin that you had in windshield, correct?
Yes, sir.
What does the Garmin, what does it show when you're exceeding the speed limit?
It turns bright red in the bottom left corner.
Now, did you see Demetrius Haley used soft, empty hands control as part of that stop?
Yes, sir.
When?
When you pulled Mr. Nichols out of the car.
And did you hear Emmett Martin say, I felt somebody tug on my belt during the traffic stop?
Later on, yes, sir.
During the traffic stop, what did you hear Martin say?
Let go of my gun.
And you reacted to that?
Yes, sir.
At the traffic stop, did he ever say anything about tugging on his belt?
No, sir.
And it's what was said during the stop that was important, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're trained to assess the threat at the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Again, Judge, I think, this is witness, and this is leading.
Great questions.
have any further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Zuma, anything?
Yeah, I don't have anything.
Mr. Fair? You were asked a few moments ago, about you growing up wanting to be a police officer, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had family members high up in this department, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you end up reaching that goal as a police officer, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know the term street taxes, Mr. Haggard had asked you a few moments ago.
Yes, sir.
And you also were asked questions about having talked across the street at the federal building, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you talked across the street at the federal building, now you said, he asked you something about testifying one time in front of the grand jury, right?
Yes, sir.
But you actually met over there a number of times, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were asked times and again about Mr. Bean as it relates to street tax, as well as everybody else on that was part of the court meeting, right?
Yes, sir.
And am I correct in your statement that you never heard Mr. Bean refer to a street tax?
Right. Yes, sir.
And you never heard Mr. Bean administering a street tax to anybody, right?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you were asked questions about seeing videos, and you saw videos eventually over at 302, and gave a statement, I guess called a 302, right? You know what a 302 is? You don't.
No, sir.
All right. You did give statements to the feds, to the federal, I guess to the Department of Justice and members of the U.S. Attorney's Office. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you might not, and if you haven't seen them, don't worry about it, but did you ever see a typed up form of the statements that you gave?
Not that I recall.
All right. Do you remember that you were eventually shown videos regarding the incident?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you were first asked questions, you weren't shown any videos, right?
Not that I remember. No, sir.
Right, but when they did show you videos, you said yourself that it looked like Mr. Bean was just trying to get him into handcuffs, right?
Yes, sir.
And you, according to what you said at that time, said that it didn't seem like he's doing anything wrong when you're looking at the video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Anything else from the state?
Yeah, I don't know what points the videos we're talking about. He wasn't doing anything wrong. We're talking about the point of the video when Mr. Smith pressing Mr. Nichols down and Mr. Martin soccer kicks Tyre Nichols.
They weren't talking about Mr. Martin.
Okay, so they were just asking about the movements of Mr. Nichols.
I was talking about Mr. Perry was only asking about Mr. Bean.
Soccer kicks were wrong.
Yes, sir.
All those hits to the face were wrong.
Yes, sir.
Those kicks after he was already on the ground were wrong.
Yes, sir.
Anything else from this witness?
Okay.
Okay. All right, so those are all the questions. I have words for you to step down. All right. If I can have the attorney's approval.
And they received that.
keeping the door unlocked.
All right, Mr. Bennett. Say who was gonna be your next witness?
Jordan Riley, Your Honor. Jordan Riley.
Go out there, right?
And the judge will raise your right hand, please do.
Sir, do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth to help you God? Yes, sir. Just gonna need you to spit out your counsel. All right, Mr. Taylor, you can proceed.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you state and spell your first and last name for the record, please?
This is Jordan, Jordan, Riley, Riley.
Mr. Riley, have you ever been the victim of a theft?
Yes.
You would tell the jury when and what happened.
About almost, well, not quite 3 years ago, around October. It would have been right around Halloween, actually the night after Halloween. I, of course, was at the house I was living in at that time. We had some friends over for, of course, a Halloween party. Everybody left. The next day, one of the friends that was there lived down the road, drove by the house and called and said, "Hey, there's glass all around your car." Of course, at that point, I go outside and I look at it, and of course, my window had been busted out and a car had been ran through. So,
Halloween of what year?
would have been 22.
And what was stolen from your car?
Of course, my wallet, which of course had money in it, some debit cards, and some old IDs and stuff like that that I didn't really use anymore on a consistent basis. And of course, I did have an everyday carry, as I do have my my concealed carry license, and it was a Ruger LCP Max.
I'm gonna approach past exhibit 29 to the witness and ask you to flip through those pictures, Mr. Riley.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize anything in those pictures?
Yes.
What do you reckon? Well, does any of that depict things that were stolen from your car that night?
Yeah, the last one.
And what is that?
That would be my high school student ID card.
And for what high school is it?
Paducah Tillman.
Is that what you're talking about was stolen from your car Halloween night 2022?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Tyre Nichols?
I have no knowledge of him or any association to him.
Did Tyre Nichols have your permission to have any of your property at any point?
No, I've never met him.
I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Mr. Zuma?
Sir, you've seen your photo ID. Is this one of the first times you ever seen that photo ID since the night it was stolen?
That's the last time I've seen it. Like as far as it being in possession of somewhere.
And you did do a police report. I don't know if you covered that. Did you do a police report on this break-in?
Yes, I did.
And were those items listed in the police report that you were missing?
That was included in the wallet that I told them that it was stolen.
Have you been contacted by law enforcement or family members of anyone at all to say, hey, we have your photo ID?
No.
That's all I have.
Very. All right, State.
Do you know the name Keyshawn Ayers?
Who?
Keyshawn Ayers.
No.
You aware that he was arrested, prosecuted, and pled guilty to a series of car break-ins on that Halloween night in that neighborhood?
I do not. I never got any update on
That
it.
neighborhood name too.
No, sir.
So you have no idea how your ID ended up in Tyre Nichols' car?
None at all. I went to sleep that night after, of course, hanging out with some friends, and then woke up the next morning and had to file a police report and everything, and then had to be at work the next hour. So.
And how years later you find out somehow that car ended up in Tyre Nichols' car?
Yeah. Just finding out about all this.
All right, thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's it.
All right, anything else of this witness? Yep. All right, so those are all the questions we have for you, so you can step down and free to go. Thank you. Yeah, the attorney's appropriate.
Ma'am, see, this is Officer Greg Turner.
All right. So you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth to help you God? Yes, sir. All right, please tough season.
See, John, Mr. Turner, will you please state your first and last name and spell it for the record?
Yes, first name is Gregory, last name Turner, GREGORYTURNER.
And are you currently employed with the Memphis Police Department?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what precinct are you in?
I'm at Range Precinct,
And how long have you been with the Memphis Police Department?
14 years.
And during those 14 years, have you come into contact with Darius Bean?
Yes.
How did you come into contact with Darius Bean?
I was his primary FTO. When he comes out the academy, he get assigned to FTO, which I was assigned him. It works in phases. We have 4 phases. He comes with me first phase, 30 days, go to another FTO in the second and third phase for 30 days each, and then he'll come back to me for the 4th phase until he finishes up his remaining days.
And during that time frame after being an FTO, well, let me step back. You said you were his FTO for 2 of those 4 phases.
Yes, sir.
And so you were the first phase and then the last phase.
Yes, sir. 4th phase.
And after the 2 terms as FTO, did you still work in the same precinct with Mr. Bean?
Yes, sir.
And this would have been around the year 2020 to 2022.
Yeah, so around that time, I can't say what time. I think like 2021, 22, somewhere around there.
And from your memory, do you remember Mr. Bean going from your precinct to the Scorpion unit?
I remember it. Yes, I remember he told me he was joining that unit over there.
And to your understanding, was that an application process, or did you get picked for that unit?
You get picked off the merit of your work, what kind of work activity you have, good work effort and stuff. So.
And so both as your field training officer time frame and during that 2-year period, y'all were still working out of the same precinct?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Can you tell this jury about the officer you know as Tadarius Bean?
Oh, Tadarius, he was a humble guy, well-mannered, listen. He's probably one of my favorite trainees, as we call him. He went above and beyond. I didn't have to repeat myself twice, which I really respected in him. Superb young fellow when I had him. He caused me into trouble, constantly, listen to me, listen to my guidance, and understood where I was coming from. And just overall, just a good young man during that time frame that I had him.
Yeah. During the time that he would have been assigned to you, he was right out of college. Did you know that?
Yeah, yes, sir.
All right. And he had, so he would have been around 21, 22 years old.
Yeah.
Pretty young guy.
Young, yes, sir.
As a young man, did he take his job seriously and show maturity?
Oh, yeah, yes, sir. At that age, I wouldn't have thought he was 21 at that time.
In other words, was he getting himself together, or was he got together?
He was put together. He was well put together. So, yes, sir.
And is there any critiques as far as his character that you have and his reputation in that precinct and in Memphis Police Department?
His reputation was good officer. That's how you can come involved with that unit that he went to as being a good, proven officer on the streets.
And then you don't have any critiques of his character at all?
No, sir. No.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
I have nothing, Your Honor.
Our state.
Just briefly.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Turner, you said you worked with Mr. Bean 2 years, 90 days. Sounds about right?
I know I trained with him for probably 60 days, maybe about 50 to 60 days. But we worked together once he finished his phases. We worked together until he turned till he had a year on. He had a year, so that's when he came out probation. So I can't remember when he technically went to the unit, but I know shortly after he came off probation, he went there. So.
And in that time, you knew him to be, you said, a good guy.
Yeah, yeah.
But you would agree with me, good people can make bad choices, right?
Yep.
That's all I have, Judge.
Anything else for this witness?
I don't have anything further.
All right, so those are all the questions we have for you, sir. You can step down.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, the next witness.
Next, I'm gonna call Tyre Taylor.
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Have a seat, sir.
See, John. Yes, sir. Mr. Taylor, will you please state and spell your full name for this court?
Kevion Taylor, K-E-V as in Victor, E-O-N, last name Taylor, T-A-Y-L-O-R.
And, Mr. Taylor, what's your current occupation?
I'm a pastor of a church and I'm an attorney.
And, you're licensed in the state of Mississippi?
I am, yes, sir.
And do you know a person by the name of Tyre Bean?
Yes, sir, I do.
And how long have you known Mr. Bean?
I've known Mr. Bean for about 7 years.
Now, you said you're an attorney. You met Mr. Bean 7 years ago. Where did you meet Mr. Bean?
I met Mr. Bean while we were students at the University of Mississippi.
And at that time, how did you first come into contact with him?
I came into contact with him when he wanted to join a fraternity on campus. I was a chapter president of that fraternity, and he was one of the applicants, and I got to observe him and get to know him from that point.
And you said you got to observe him. Prior to being a student at the University of Mississippi, had you had any military service?
Yes, sir. I enlisted in the Mississippi Army National Guard when I was in high school, served all through undergrad and law school as well.
Are you also trained as a firefighter?
Yes, sir. I'm a certified fireman in the state of Mississippi. I joined the volunteer department when I was 15 years old, and then when I got to college, I joined the department in Lafayette County as well, and I served all through college.
And so you've been in contact with people that have to serve as a team. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
And in your experience as a firefighter, your experience in the military, your experience with your fraternity, and your observation of Mr. Bean, how would you describe his character based off of your background and experience?
I would say he's humble. I'd say he's a man of integrity. I'd say he's a man of the truth, and he's a friend, I would say.
And when you describe the integrity that he has, was there a particular situation that occurred while he was, and you said that you were your chapter's president, did Mr. Bean ever serve while you would have been in law school as the president of that same chapter?
He did, actually. So the year after I ceased being the president of the chapter, Tyre Bean became the chapter president.
And was there a situation where his character would have been tested at least?
Absolutely. We had some chapter members who took some funds out of the chapter account that they were not authorized to take, in sum of over $3,000. Bean and I found out about it. Of course, I wasn't the chapter president at the time, but he let me know, and I stopped what I was doing. He stopped what he was doing. We went to the bank immediately, and we rectified the situation, and that included confronting those members that had committed that wrong and letting everybody else know what had happened.
And is there anything about his personality, character, etc., that would lead you as a member of the bar, man of cloth, etc., from coming to this court and testifying to this jury regarding that man's character?
As you know, as a member of the bar, as a fireman, as a military officer, and a member of the cloth, I have raised my hand and taken oaths like all the other officers of this court have done, and I take my oath seriously because I know that there is another judge that's judging on whether or not when we tell the truth or not. So absolutely not. There's nothing that gives me reprehension about being a witness on his behalf.
Good man.
Absolutely.
That's what he said. All right.
Single topic, Your Honor. One topic, Your Honor.
earlier, you said in that incident that you and Mr. Perry was just talking about where the money was stolen, Bean was the president at that time,
Yes, ma'am.
and the money was taken, and he notified you immediately, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You all rectified that situation immediately,
Yes, ma'am.
and you all confronted the people who did something immediately.
Yes, ma'am.
So he does know how to do all those things, right?
I would assume so.
That's all I have to do.
No problem.
All right, thanks, sir.
The court would call Mr. Brian McKinney.
Sir, you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, that's you, sir. Good to see you.
Mr. McKinney, will you state and spell your full name for the court?
Bryant McKinney, Bryant, McKinney, McKinney.
Mr. McKinney, currently you work in corporate security,
Yes, sir. I'm in corporate security leadership.
and McKinney, did you go through the police academy with Mr. Janarius Bean?
Yes, sir. I did.
Do you remember what class that would have been?
133rd.
And you, did you know Mr. Bean prior to going through the academy?
No, sir. I did not.
And after the academy, did you all maintain friendship?
Yes, sir. We did.
And in your experience while in the academy and subsequent to the academy, did you work with the MPD after coming out of the academy?
Yes, sir.
And
That's not gonna amplify your voice. The court reporter is just recording it, so you don't have to.
Okay. Thank you. Good to know.
And you speak up well, just keep your voice up.
Understand.
You worked with MPD after coming out of the academy.
Yes, sir.
Were you all in the same precinct at that time?
No, sir.
And you indicated that y'all did go through the academy together. Can you describe Mr. Bean as a student in that academy?
As a student in the academy, he was always prepared, always seeking to try to help people throughout the academy when we were doing physical fitness or tests or anything like that. He always just had a mannered mentality and always kept a level head to try to just help others just be the best they could.
If somebody came up and said, "Man, Bean's such a loudmouth, I can't believe it," would that shock you?
It would definitely shock me.
Is Bean pretty quiet guy?
Yes, he is.
And would you consider him a serious guy?
When serious matters arise, yes.
In a sense of humor, but
Right, yes. I always got a sense of humor, though.
did he take his job and what you all were trying to do as law enforcement officers to be at that time, did he take that seriously?
He did. He honestly did. He felt that the job was very serious and there was a need to kind of help keep the city safe and play his part in doing so.
Now, when you came out of the academy, did you all keep in contact with each other?
Yes, sir, we did.
We're still friends to this day, right?
Yes, sir, we are.
Now, would you describe Mr. Bean as a person just kind of on his own program, or did Mr. Bean try to follow the book, the man by the book?
Definitely a man by the book.
And when you say by the book, do you have an example of how by the book Mr. Bean is?
Yes, sir, I do. When he first gave me the call that he got to OCU, it was a great time for him because he got a take-home car as well. And during that time, he was having some vehicle maintenance issues. And he called me. He was like, do you mind taking me to get something to eat? Because we stayed in close proximity. I was like, why? You have a take-home car. He was like, well, no, we can't use a take-home car if it's not work duties. And so I had to go pick him up and take him up the street, even though he had a take-home car. But he was by the book, no matter what it calls for. He didn't use his badge or anything given from the department to, for his own benefit.
You had to you had to go to his house, run him to the burger store or whatever to get a hamburger. Because, and he had a car outside that OCU had,
Yes, sir.
and that's how by the book he is.
Yes, sir.
Is that how he's always been since you've known him?
Yes, sir. And to this day.
Would you have any problems if you had to serve in policing the same way with him at this point, with him being an officer with you?
No, sir. I will have no problem.
Anything about his character that you have a criticism of?
No, sir. You never have to second guess him.
Now, a few moments ago, I asked you about being in the academy. Did you go through an exercise in the academy called Bad Bob?
Yes, sir. I did.
What is the Bad Bob exercise?
It's an exercise where we were in the gym, if I remember correctly, and we were pepper sprayed. And we were pepper sprayed, and they asked us a series of questions, some related to what is our tag number, and to give the chemical agent some time to kind of really sit in. And after that, we were asked to run down the court and grab a kind of like a dummy that weighed a certain amount of pounds and hit the dummy, if I'm not mistaken, until the dummy stopped resisting. And then we were asked to then try to handcuff the dummy.
Is that a part of an exercise that it could go into your muscle memory? In other words, if you're in a situation like that, that would help you if you are facing somebody resisting.
Yes, sir.
And if you are faced with being pepper sprayed trying to arrest a person, does that create any difficulties?
Yes, sir. It was still even difficult. They had the videos, but it was still even difficult on a dummy that wasn't moving when we were doing that training exercise.
I'm gonna pull up a video and I'm gonna ask you if you can identify.
Is this thing shown? Does it say?
Yes, Sean.
Is this queued up?
It is, it's him. All right. Thank you. Now, see, can you identify for this jury who that person is?
That's myself. Yes, sir.
And is this prior to you being hit in the face with pepper spray?
At this point, I think we press play is right when they're about to spray me, if I'm not mistaken.
And go ahead, you can just watch it.
Yeah, that's when they sprayed me.
Cut the volume up. Pause it. Little pain, a lot of pain.
A lot of pain.
If you recall, are they saying anything to you at this time?
Yeah, they're. I think they started asking me questions about my tag number, driver license number. Then they kind of told me to gather myself so that I can.
You remember them telling you to go fight Bad Bob?
Yes, sir. Yeah, they asked me to point to him.
You remember what you're saying during this time?
Stop resisting.
Stop resisting, stop resisting. And the next person.
Mr. Single used the time.
I apologize, I knew that.
1:20.
He started this
Video
stuff.
started at 12.
For the record, yeah, you can say for the record.
Already, video started at 12:22. It stopped at 13:55.
Thank you. Now, even today, that would have been, what, about 4 or 5 years ago?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that experience to this day?
Yes, sir.
Somebody says that, hey, will you do bad Bob for us in front of this jury? Would that be something that you want to come in here and do?
Not at all.
Now, during that exercise, you're allowed to put one hand over one eye, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're also advised to close the other eye that is being sprayed into, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's somewhat different than if you have your eyes open and somebody sprays, right?
That's correct.
You think it would have been more intense had you had your eyes open and got a direct spray?
Yes, sir. And to be honest, I still tried to time it and close my other eye.
And so, just as a recap, as far as Mr. Bean's character, you have no criticisms, right?
None whatsoever.
All right. And then the second phase, being pepper sprayed and being asked to stop a person that's resisting, and then subsequently, it's not captured on there, but you also have to put handcuffs on something, right?
Correct.
Is that difficult, even in a controlled environment?
Extremely.
Oh, everything, right?
Very briefly, Mr. McKinney, you sprayed in one eye at the academy, correct?
Correct.
And the other eye closed,
Yes, sir.
and it looked like, were you pinching your nose so you didn't inhale the pepper spray?
Yes, we were told, if I remember correctly, to kind of cover the nose area.
And they sprayed a closed eye.
Well, I was supposed to be open, but yes.
And then you had to blink.
Yes, blink to get it in the eye. Yes, sir.
That experiment that you did with the Memphis Police Department as part of your training, prior to them squirting you in the eye with one squirt, were things tense? Were you scared?
Yes, sir. I was scared. It felt like sand, burning sand in your eye.
Listen to my question. Before they squirted you in the eye, was your life in jeopardy? Were you scared of anything?
No, sir.
And then you get squirted, you know you have all your friends around you, you have your instructors around you. Did you then panic once you did get shot in the eye with the pepper spray?
I did.
That's all I have.
Is it still Officer McKinney?
No,
No
ma'am.
longer MPD?
No, ma'am.
Okay. When you were going through bad Bob, this was a training exercise, right?
Yes.
It was supposed to help you all be able to withstand the effects of pepper spray, correct?
To get lifelike experience as close as possible.
Gotcha. And so you only did bad Bob one time at the academy, is that right?
That's correct.
So you're not repeating bad Bob over and over, are you?
Correct.
And are you telling the jury that Memphis Police Department said, hey, when you get out in the streets, punch people in the head? You're not saying that, right?
That's correct. They didn't say that.
They never told you out in the streets, kick people in the head, did they?
No, ma'am.
Just that's all I have.
Anything else? Briefly, just because Mr. Johnson asked the first two questions. Did anybody say, hey, this is a disclaimer as it relates to bad Bob, don't fight a resistor like this?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Did anybody while you're in the academy say this is not the way to actually try to stop somebody resisting? Did they say that to you?
No, sir.
As a matter of fact, did they advise or encourage you to strike bad Bob with a lot of force?
They did.
And that was during a time that they sprayed you, correct?
Correct.
And then after striking him with force, you were asked to put the handcuffs on.
Correct.
Anything else for this witness?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Sure, those are all questions. Sit down. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, your lunch is en route, if not here. We're going to go ahead and excuse you all for lunch at this time. If you can please make sure you leave your notes in your chairs, and please do not discuss the case. We'll call you back in as soon as we are ready for you.
Adjourned to be excused.
and he didn't go back in. At some point, they went to the car and then went back to the door to see if anyone was still in there, left, and then went back. And Mr. Victorino went back in for some reason. He can't remember what he said. And then he does remember the next instance that Mike came out of the home with a pitcher of red juice in his hand, carrying it out and saying, "Do you want some juice?" And he felt disgust because Mike seemed so unbothered, lost their loved ones, lost their close friends and family. And he goes on to say that he should have stopped it. How could he have handled this situation? He was too shocked to cry. I didn't know. I was all over the place with emotions. I didn't know what to do with my emotions. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. And so after he told the people on the outside that the victim, Michelle, was in the closet, he stopped talking. He couldn't remember any more talking.
Excuse me. You just mentioned something there at the end of Michelle Nathan in the closet.
Yes.
So he told you that he saw her in the closet.
Yes.
Did you review his trial testimony?
I did.
Did you see that under oath he testified back in 2006 that he did not see Michelle Nathan in the house at all?
I do remember reading the trial transcript, and I do remember that he was asked that question in a compound way that included saying, "Did you see her?" and scream some verbal threat to her, which he said no. So I'm familiar with what you're saying.
Okay. Are you aware that he was asked that several times by several attorneys, and each time he denied ever seeing Michelle Nathan inside the house?
I'm sure I've read that trial transcript, and what I recalled of it is the part of the compound question.
You think he was just confused?
Well, I think that question was confusing because he wouldn't have agreed to both parts of that question.
He also told you that when he was interacting with Gleason, he was asking him where the items were, right? Jerron Hunter was asking Gleason for the items.
That's right.
And he told you that he wasn't sure how many times he hit Mr. Gleason, correct?
That's right.
He also told you he turned, when he was assisting Anthony, he turned over his shoulder and turned around and saw that Troy was hitting Gleason in the head.
That's right.
Now, he also told you that he did stab Mr. Gleason. Isn't that correct?
Well, he said that he had a butter knife, which could not properly stab. So he did not ever break the skin.
You said a butter knife, but don't you mean a kitchen knife?
Well, that's the kind that's not sharp enough to injure.
Well, did he say kitchen knife or did he tell you butter knife? In deposition, you told me he said kitchen knife.
Okay, well, I should have said butter because that's the kind of kitchen knife that's not sharp enough. So that in my mind, as I was answering, that's what I intended.
Well, check your notes. What did he tell you?
I can't recall.
Do you have a note there? I mean, that would be pretty important,
Yeah.
right? If he's admitting to stabbing Mr. Gleason.
It's not part of the narrative that I just read, so I'm not sure.
He told you that others had discussed slitting the throats of the victims and he didn't have any knives. He came with a bat, correct?
That's right.
So he attempted to use a kitchen knife.
Right.
And he said that he did puncture Mr. Gleason, but then the kitchen knife is not a sufficient object and he's not so skilled with the knife and it broke in some manner, correct?
That it didn't puncture. It wasn't working.
Didn't you say in your deposition that he told you it did puncture, but then it broke?
Well, my communication in my depo may have said that, but what I'm communicating is that he was not effective with that kitchen knife. So that he was not effective in stabbing. Therefore, he didn't continue. He only brought a bat, not like a knife in the sense of the other stabbing that's been described in the medical
Have you read the police reports in this case?
No, I have not.
Are you aware that there was a knife found in the living room?
Yes,
Broken?
yes.
Not a butter knife?
I know that there's a knife found on the property, and I know that there's a description of another knife, which was not on the property, that was in the possession of Mr. Victorino. So I
No,
know
but
about two knives.
I'm asking you if you're aware that there was a broken knife found near Mr. Gleason's body.
I think from the trial transcript, that's how I'm aware of it, not the police report.
Okay. And it was a kitchen knife, but not a butter knife.
Okay,
No, I'm asking, are you aware of that?
I'm learning or recalling from you. I must have been aware of it because I've read the trial transcript.
Okay. You reviewed Mr. Hunter's school records, correct?
I did.
Did you see anything in there about any mental health treatment?
No, these are like transcripts and FCAT reports, things of that nature. It may not be called FCAT at that time. That was several years ago, but that would be the equivalent of like a Florida standardized test. The school entry records, like his address, it's not like a record that would include a psychosocial history or something.
But these records were provided by his attorneys, right?
That's right.
So they're trying to order all school records that they can possibly get their hands on to assist their client, right? And they're providing it to you to look for mitigation, correct?
They're providing them to me for my review, if it is just my opinion.
Sure.
Mhm.
I didn't mean to imply you were just saying anything that they wanted you to say. I just mean they're giving you these records to help you form your opinions.
That's right.
And they are hoping that they find mitigation in those records, right?
I'd agree.
So they provided you presumably everything they had. They wouldn't have held back records, right?
Agreed.
So in the records you do have from the school, you don't see anything in there about abuse, physical abuse, marks left on Jerron Hunter, correct?
No, it's the transcript or the standardized test.
Sure. And then nothing about any sort of mental health or counseling.
No, not part of the school record.
Now, you did see something in there for Alicia Hunter, right?
Right. So Alicia Hunter, that's his brother, had an IEP. So in developing an IEP for a learning disability, usually what that will entail is it'll activate like a team together. So there'll be people like a social worker, a school meeting, parents involved, called in, all of those sources of information. And that would generate a lot of documentation. And so sometimes you will see things like the psychosocial history, those kinds of things. In the
Sure.
records.
So you saw some of that for Alicia, but none of that for Jerron.
That's right. He did not have an IEP workup.
And his brother has had some mental health treatment.
Well, at that time, it was his IEP workup was not for the mental health issue. It was a learning disability. And yes, he has had treatment for schizophrenia, so psychiatric care.
In the records for either brother there, you didn't see anything about how Jerron Hunter was talking to his deceased brother, correct?
No, I did not.
And Jerron has not had any mental health treatment ever, including up through today, for talking to his deceased brother, correct?
I would agree.
Do you know who Iris Nadeau is?
I'm not familiar with that
The
name.
woman that he lived with for a couple months after he moved out of his home? Does that sound familiar?
It might. He said he lived with a girlfriend, so he gave me a few girlfriends' names, so I might be confusing which girlfriend it is.
He had a few girlfriends.
He did.
He also had a lot of friends, didn't he?
By the time that he reached like his sports association, I think that those teammates became friends of his.
Sure. And he was on a lot of different teams,
He
right?
was.
In fact, his coach in high school, Todd DeNoyer, he coached him for a couple of sports, freshman and sophomore year, right?
Yes.
And he saw him all 4 years of high school, right?
Well, he didn't go to 4 years of high school because the incident happened before his last year.
Fair enough. He saw him all 3 years of high school.
Yeah, his high
all
school
the time
years.
that Jerron was there in high school, right?
Right.
And he reported in his deposition, you reviewed it, right?
I'm not sure if I've reviewed that deposition.
He reported that he didn't see Jerron ever talking to him.
She's asking the question, but she's already said she had reviewed.
So I would ask you to rephrase, Mr. Gonis. Thank you.
You said you weren't sure if you reviewed it, is that correct?
I do not recall reviewing that.
Okay, do you recall hearing about his coach in high school? Do you recall Todd DeNoyer's name?
Yes, I do.
And did you review any materials that discuss what he reported?
I don't recall.
Let's assume Todd DeNoyer reported that all through high school, he did not see Jerron Hunter talking to what appeared to be himself or to his deceased brother. Would that change your opinion in any way?
No, because at some point when Mr. Hunter became a little bit older, he became aware after having a girlfriend that act of talking to himself made him very weird. And so the feedback from his girlfriend that like people don't do this, he's not apt to show that easily around other people. So it's not surprising in a high school situation, particularly around peers, that you would be doing that. He's gotten feedback that's weird from a peer.
So you're saying he told you he was purposely not wanting other people to know about it, so he was able to hide it?
Yes, at some point in that age range, he was doing that.
And how about his cousin, Travaris Bowles, who spent a lot of time with Jerron Hunter? They were a month apart. Have you heard about that cousin?
I spoke to him on the phone.
Okay. And he told you then that he never saw Jerron Hunter talking to himself or his deceased brother growing up, correct?
I think that's correct. Mm-hmm.
And he spent a lot of time with him at the church, right?
Let me see. So my telephone conversation with Tavares Bowles is short. He was talking about his elementary school behaviors, being very close to him, looking up to him. His nickname of Needle Legs. Needle Legs is what he called
Objection,
him.
Your Honor. She's not responding to my question. My question was specific.
Okay, so could you please restate the question and we'll just direct you to answer that. Thank you.
Yes.
It's true that the cousin, Tavares Bowles, they were close, and he never told you about seeing his cousin talking to his deceased cousin.
I would agree. In that brief call, he did not bring it up.
And Annette Washington, Jerron's mother, she thought it may actually be an imaginary friend. Did you read that in her deposition?
Yes, I think I'm aware of that she thought it could be at some point, but she also identified that he said it was his brother, and that became her belief too.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
And she also said that he stopped talking to his deceased brother in high school, right?
Not when I met with her.
Okay. Did you read her deposition?
I think so.
Do you recall her saying that in her deposition?
I don't recall, but if it's there, I'll believe you. It just might be different when I saw her and talked to her at length.
Okay. You testified on direct exam that Elijah, Jerron's brother, was kicked out. Is that right?
Alicia. Yes.
Alicia.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what he told you, did he?
Just a moment. I have a lot of notes here. I would be glad to find it and
Sure.
clarify.
Take your time, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah, so he said the stepdad didn't want him to come back. And so he just moved out and didn't like tell them. So I would say that's the same as being kicked out. He's told the stepdad doesn't want you to come here in your own home. That's being kicked out.
He didn't tell you that he moved out because he felt his parents were too strict. He was 18 and he decided to move out?
He did describe that they were too strict. And so all of those things that the stepdad said he doesn't want him to be there, that the parents were strict, and that he just moved out.
And he just moved out. That's not being
He said-
kicked out, is it?
I would definitely say that if your stepdad tells you that you are not to be there, that's kicking you out
Because you're not going to follow the rules.
for whatever reason. Yeah.
Right. Did you review Alicia's trial testimony back in 2006?
I believe so.
There, he didn't say that he actually was kicked out, right?
If you have it for my reference, I'd be glad to review it. I haven't looked at that for quite a while.
Sure. Can I approach the witness?
You may.
Give me just a second, I'll direct you where to go.
Okay, thank you.
Page 4656.
All right, I think I found where you're referencing.
So you see there, he's just saying, they said, why did you move out of Dan and Mom's house? Was it because of Dan? The response was, I ain't pointing fingers at nobody, just I felt they was too strict. So you felt like you were 18 years old and it was time to move out on your own? Yes, sir.
Yes, so that's what he said then. And when I interviewed him, he said that stepdad had told him he's not to be there.
Now, you also testified on direct that Jerron was kicked out because he was late for strict curfew.
Yes.
Did you review his mom's sworn testimony from 2006 before a jury where she testified he was dropped off at work and just didn't come home?
I do remember reading that. Yes, so he is not there at the time. He's supposed to be in.
So he just didn't come home all night,
Right,
right?
that's
He
true.
didn't come home from work.
Agreed.
That's not, they're kicking him out because he was late for a curfew, right? He just didn't come home.
Well, there's a curfew. He did not come home, so that is true. He's not following their rule of the curfew at 10 o'clock. And that is the whole story of that. Meaning there's a decision as to what time these boys need to be home. At that point, it's just Mr. Hunter. He does not come home.
Yeah, but you testified that he was kicked out.
Well, he's not following that rule, and that's what allows you to live in that house, is following the rules. So that is what Annette said, that she has strict rules of the house. That when I interviewed the sisters about that and Kanoa, all of them were talking about a very strict childhood, which would include following the rules of the house exactly.
Now, this first time, Mom says he came home 3 days later, and it's after I called the police.
Yes.
So that's not kicked out. She's trying to locate him. She's getting the police to help get her son back, right?
Well, he's not there at the time. So I agree. Then she calls the police 3 days later. And if he had tried to go back after that 10 o'clock, he was not going to be able to go in. He cannot go in. That's the rule of the house.
Okay. Now, the next time you're saying he leaves, he broke, you say again, he broke curfew. Is that right?
Right.
Now, didn't Dan drop him off where he was supposed to find a job? And then Jerron called his mother and said, I'm sleeping out over a friend's house?
I think there was something like that.
That's not breaking curfew, right? He's saying, Mom, I'm not coming home.
Well, the dropping off at the day of the work and then not coming back, that's different.
Yeah, that's not getting kicked out. That's, you didn't come home.
Well, if he had tried to go home after that 10 o'clock, he is not welcome there. That's the rule.
But what are you basing that on? Mom said, he called and said, I'm sleeping over a friend's house. It wasn't like, Mom, can I sleep at a friend's house? No, Jerron, come home.
Mhm.
There wasn't that conversation. It was, Mom, I'm staying over at a friend's house. And then he just doesn't come home.
Correct. He's not following the rules of the house. And so he cannot live there. And that's what the discussion is that I had with his family members about that. Just that he's not following the rules of the house. So I would say that we're consistent in that he's supposed to come home. And so if he's not going to come home by that time, he cannot be there.
Okay. Now, he did have people, once he did move out at 18, he did have people that he could go live with, correct?
Yeah, at least, a couple of days here, a couple of days there.
Well, you kind of shook your head like
Yeah.
not a real possibility, but didn't his brother Alicia move out and he had his own place?
His brother was moving in with a cousin. And so he had a place. Yes. And that was exactly kind of the reason that the mom didn't want him to associate with his brother, because she had already said that that was like a negative environment for her own beliefs about what they were doing.
So clearly Jerron didn't care about what his mom said. He already left on his own.
Yes, but he didn't try to live with his brother.
Right, but he could have.
Well, I mean, I guess he cared what his mom said, right? That would be the answer to that, is that he did not reside with his brother. He stayed in other places.
Well, if he cared what mom said, he would have made curfew.
Well, I would agree with that.
He also had his cousin, Tavares Bowles. The one he was close with, he had his own place. He moved out at 18 and he had his own place too, right?
He did, but he didn't stay with him.
Right. Jerron didn't, but had he asked his cousin would have let him stay with him.
So the point of I guess, what you're saying is that he had opportunities to live with family. And I'm pointing out that he had other places that he found that were not, I mean, certainly his mother or his family probably would have preferred he stayed with family, but he has these other less secure places he's staying. It's like
he made
place
a
to
conscious
place.
decision to move in with Troy Victorino. He could have stayed with his brother. He could have stayed with his cousin. He decided to live with Troy Victorino.
That's true.
Right? And get kicked out from house to house.
That's right.
And squat somewhere.
Right.
The physical discipline you testified about on direct, it ended by the time the boys got to high school, correct?
15, I think, was the last instance of beating.
Who said 15?
It's in one of the family interviews.
Well, what did Elijah tell you? Or Alicia's? Or Alicia, I apologize.
That's okay.
I have trouble. It's Elisha. You're saying Alicia, but I've had pronunciations Alicia's from the family.
And they say Lish when they're talking about it to me, so I understand what you're saying. Okay, so what did Alicia say about the last instance of beatings? I don't see that he gave like a year or anything like that.
Did you ask him when his parents stopped disciplining him physically?
I don't know. I didn't write an answer, so I may not have asked him that particular question.
Did you ask him where he was struck with objects?
Alicia? No.
Did you ask him whether there were any marks left on him? Let's see. If it helps in your deposition, you said no.
I think that's the correct answer then, because I'm not seeing it in my note either.
You didn't ask him whether he cried?
Alicia? No, I didn't.
Correct. Now, you read his deposition, right?
I think so.
And he told you it was both parents, mom and Dan, the stepdad, and they used their hand and they used a belt, correct?
Yes.
He didn't say anything about any object that they could get their hands on.
So Alicia didn't say that.
Correct. That's what I'm asking you about,
All right.
right?
I would agree if you're saying
Okay.
it's in the deposition.
He said hand and belt, right?
Yes.
And in his deposition, he said on his body,
Okay.
right?
As if it's in the deposition.
Okay. And he said that is where he saw his brother get hit as well, right?
If it's in the deposition.
Well, you must have asked him, right? Where did you see your brother getting hit?
I think you already asked me that, and I said I didn't ask him.
No, where Alicia got hit, but did you ask him about Jerron?
No.
Did you ask what he saw Jerron getting hit with?
No.
Did Annette tell you that she spanked her boys or hit her boys?
I think so. Let's see.
And you read her trial testimony
I did.
and her deposition?
I think so.
And she talks about the discipline. It was both her and Dan.
Yes.
It wasn't like Dan did it all. He's a stepfather. He does it all. They both shared responsibility for the discipline, right?
Right. That's what Jerron Hunter said too.
And she said, I would use my hand and a belt, right?
Yes, that's right.
She didn't say I used any object I could get my hand on.
That's not how she described it.
Right. And Alicia told you he never had any marks on him, right?
I don't think so.
And in his deposition, that's what he said. He said he never even cried from it. It didn't even hurt, right?
In the deposition.
Right. He said the discipline was fair.
That's not unusual because that's actually.
Ma'am, if Mr. Wood wants to follow up and ask you about the psychology of it, that's fine. But my question is, he never told, he said in his deposition, the discipline was fair.
If it's in the deposition.
And he said he would brush it off because he knew he was wrong.
Right.
I'm going to object that Mr. Gomez is testifying himself.
But in your professional opinion, Annette physically abused her sons, right?
I would say that it's Mr. Washington's abuse that Mr. Hunter is describing as out of proportion, or there's just, if there's a need for discipline, what he did was beyond that. So I would say that my clinical opinion is that Mr. Washington is doing physical abuse.
And you're basing that off what Jerron Hunter told you?
Well, that both boys are saying that these, punishments existed. And also, when I spoke to his cousin, that in the manner that the children were disciplined, is consistent with how their church did it.
Which cousin?
Kanoa.
Okay.
And so I'm basing it on the report that these actions did occur, and as described, that if it's in excess of whatever it is that they did wrong, it's more than discipline. So that's my opinion, that it would enter the arena of abuse then.
Well, speaking of that, Alicia said in his deposition when he was disciplined for not paying attention at church, let's say.
Yes.
He was grounded in his room for a few days for a week, right?
Let's see. He said more than that.
In his deposition.
Oh, in his deposition, he may have said that. When I talked to him, it's about like getting smacked if you don't pay attention in church.
You mean smack there in church?
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, pay attention.
Yes.
Not beating him with the belt there in
Right.
church.
Well,
It's just a smack, pay attention.
I'm limited, I guess, in answering the question as asked, so I'll just leave it at, yes, I'll agree.
Well, and did you ask him for follow-up?
About if he was beaten in the church?
Yeah, when you're saying he was expressing to you, if I didn't pay attention,
Mm-hmm.
then I would get smacked.
Well, the information that I have on that topic isn't from Alicia. It's from the description that even the church members would engage in beating. So that if they were babysitting these children, they had permission to engage in physical punishments of them, which some church members did do.
Did you speak with someone who specifically told you, I saw Alicia getting beat in church?
No,
Did you speak with anyone who specifically said, I saw Jerron Hunter getting beat in church?
not that I can remember.
So these are just people talking about generally in that church what could happen.
Or what did happen.
Right,
Yes.
but mom didn't go to the same church she went to growing up, right?
That's right.
She had separated from that, right?
The church of her childhood had similar problems and limitations to the church that she then participated in when she's raising her own children.
And mom wasn't going to be as she was restrictive, certainly, but not as restrictive as she was growing up, right? For instance, she let her kids play sports, and she wasn't allowed to play sports when she was growing up.
Right, or wear pants or things of that nature.
Right.
Sure.
When we're talking about these excessive restrictions, as you're calling them, what ages?
So that would begin coming back, I guess, after the separation of the Washingtons. So let me see if I can try to narrow down.
1991? And then 1993 when he comes back?
1993 sounds correct. I was thinking 4, but that's
Yeah,
what I
they
didn't
get
say the
married
wrong
in
thing.
91.
Right.
A couple years in. Let's talk about that. So mom,
Mhm.
her brother dies, right?
Yes.
He was hit by a garbage truck.
Right.
And also she's dealing with the loss of her brother. And her husband has a drug problem.
That's right.
She's overwhelmed.
Correct.
She has depression, right?
Yes.
She gets Baker acted for 3 days, 3 to 5 days.
I testified earlier. I can't say with certainty it was a Baker Act, but she was detained she
Okay.
was in a psychiatric hospital.
Do you remember reading that in her trial testimony?
Not by memory right this
Okay.
moment, but if that's true, I know she was in a psychiatric hospital.
And then got treatment. She had outpatient treatment for like 6 to 12 months. Does that sound familiar?
I think so.
Okay. And then there's no more mental health issues where she's seeking treatment since then, right?
Just a moment, please, because I thought I saw.
You'd mentioned, take your time, but you'd mentioned earlier some stuff before with her ex-husband.
Yes. So, just a moment, please. Okay. So I wanted to double check because I saw she had repeated admissions to the emergency room. So that has to do with something more neurological in nature. So I would agree. I don't think that I have any further records of her psychiatric care after that.
Okay. So 1993 would have been the last. Now,
Well, did you say 6 to 12 months after? So 94.
right. Now, Annette, she told you that, and you heard from the boys, they had to go to church a lot,
Yes.
right? And that was if they weren't doing a school activity. I'm talking about in high school. But if they had a school activity, a sport event, something like that, then they were allowed to go to that. But if you weren't, then you're coming to church.
That's right.
And it was what, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays typically.
Typically, right.
Now, mom, she's of course trying to keep her boys from drinking.
Right.
Right. And selling marijuana. Right. So there's nothing excessive about trying to, hey, you boys, if you're not going to, and working, they were allowed to work, right?
Yes.
And they wanted them to work.
Yes.
And if they weren't working, doing some school event, then you needed to be at church, right?
That's right.
And he had a curfew. Jerron had a curfew at midnight, right? He's in high school.
Well, I think at some point it was 10 p.m. So it may be midnight for a period of time, but at some point maybe that was the conflict, that it was 10 o'clock, which you couldn't really do anything in high school and be back by 10 o'clock.
And who told you it was 10?
I think it was Mr. Hunter.
Okay, Jerron Hunter.
Yes.
And one of the other ways that they would get in trouble, or their punishment, was they would be sent to their rooms. They would be grounded in their rooms, right?
That's right.
So it was the spankings or hitting on the butt, I'll say. I don't want to minimize it with spankings, but hitting on the hand, depending on who you're talking to, but the hand or the belt on the butt, right?
Struck with a belt.
Right. Because Jerron Hunter, did he tell you that it was hit by his mom or Dan any other place other than his butt? I know you didn't ask him, but did he volunteer it?
I didn't ask Alicia Hunter. Let's see. So if you could repeat your question so I make sure I answer the right one.
Sure. Did you ask Jerron Hunter whether he was hit, where he was hit with the belt or any objects that he told you he was hit with?
No, so I have what she used to hit him with, or what Mr. Washington used to hit him with, but not where.
Okay, so as you sit here today, you have no idea if it was only on his butt or if he was smacked across the face with a shoe.
I don't have any external reference for that. No.
Now, did you ask Jerron Hunter what positive things there were about his childhood, what his family did?
Yes.
Did he have something?
He did, yes, a lot of things.
What did he tell you?
Well, they traveled, so they tried to do family activities together, including traveling. He also described spending time with his cousins as very positive for him. He really enjoyed that. He also enjoyed that he spent time with his grandparents after school, so that was a very positive thing for him. He described that his parents cared about his school performance. So some parents don't really care if their kids attend school or not, but his did. And so he described that as a positive. Let's see. I think those are pretty much the positives that he described.
Yeah, and they had these big family dinners every Sunday.
Well, I would say that he was describing being around his cousins a lot, so that would be one place that he interacted with them. But he was only supposed to be interacting with kids that were in the church or family. So,
which was pretty extensive, right?
It
he
was.
had a lot of family in the church, a lot of extended family.
Agreed.
He had his mom's sisters and all of their kids.
I don't know if all of them, but yeah, there were a lot of cousins
who lived around him and have been supported.
Right.
And he traveled to Canada and New York with his family, right?
Yes.
He went to Gatorland.
I think so. Or some
The
kind of theme park.
fair and theme parks like Universal.
Right.
He did not report any sexual abuse.
No.
He didn't complain about clothing or having food on the table. That was always provided for him.
That's right. Even though Mr. Washington was spending their money on crack, he remembers that his mom always made sure that they had clothes and shoes and things like that.
Sure. And that was only a relatively short period of time, right? We're talking, it was at most a couple of years.
Right.
Because they get married in 91 93 is the drug problem, and then if they're only separated like 6 weeks, right?
I thought it was a little longer than that, but
And or if a little longer, then
Mhm.
they're back together. He's not using drugs anymore. They
Right.
reconcile,
they do.
and they've been together since.
They have.
He was able to go fishing. He loved fishing, right?
Yeah.
He was able to draw. He loved drawing.
Yes, he's a good artist. And the school records included some of his artwork.
And he did he talk to you about the video production he did with his coach?
Do you remember seeing that was something that he was supposed to do, and he was completing that, I think, when he was later in his high school years.
And he was able to go to the youth group with the coach, not even affiliated with his own church, but he was able to do that.
That's right.
So he sought out more church things.
Yes.
And the church wasn't all that bad for the boys, right? It had a stabilizing, consistent effect.
I mean, there's positives and negatives of anything. So I would say that the support network, including so many people his own age, is positive. And I agree with, as you characterized it a few minutes ago, not participating in other worse things because you are spending time in an environment that's religious versus like being on the street doing something worse. So,
Right. And Alicia Jr., he now sees some value from going to church and the restrictions, right?
yes, and his cousin also.
Yeah.
Kanoa.
Tavares.
Kanoa,
Oh, Kanoa also.
yes.
No further questions, John.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Let me kind of go back to a few questions that were asked of you by Ms. Dragonis for just 1 second. And I know that, so a couple of, I'm not sure if the jury would know what an IEP is. You referenced an IEP with regard to Alicia. What does that mean in terms of like school protocol, the school process of helping a child out?
Sure. So an IEP is an individualized educational plan, and it's developed after there is some measured or observed deviation from like an average performance of that grade level. So if your child enters second grade, but they're performing at a grade level, generally it takes about 2 years of low grades or poor performance to activate the school to really delve into it and set up some kind of formal evaluation to see if interventions are needed. And if there's some testing involved and there is a recommendation that services are needed, then that the school is required to formalize how are they going to address these weaknesses and try to make a kind of level playing field for your child to ameliorate these deficits. So like if you need extra reading help, then that whatever the topic is, if they have a learning disability, for instance, that plan, the individualized education plan, will have very specific tasks that anyone that's a teacher or administrator interacting with that child is supposed to be able to, follow. Basically, if they need reading intervention, it's very specific at like a certain number of minutes per week to meet a measured goal. So it's a very rigorous plan that there's measured progress, and it's something that a person gets reevaluated on year to year.
So how is it initiated? Is it initiated by school staff?
So
School
it's,
council?
may I inquire, was there an IEP for Mr. Hunter, or was this for his brother?
It was his brother, but I'm going to connect it to Mr. Hunter.
Okay.
Gerard just meant.
Thank you.
So in terms of initiating an IEP, how is that done? Is that by school staff? Is that by counselors? Is it by parents? How is it done or initiated?
Well, so my knowledge of this is in doing the psychoeducational testing that results would be offered for the IEP team. And then I've sometimes participated in gone to these IEP development meetings. So when I've been in those situations, the referral can come in from a variety of ways. A parent can notice that there's poor performance and request further intervention or evaluation. So that's one way. most often it's the teacher noticing low grades or some kind of difficulty that's observable. And so then making the recommendation to like the guidance department for evaluation. So most of the time it comes from the teachers.
So with regard to Jerron Hunter, do you know if his parents, Annette in Washington, or any other persons had initiated a request for an IEP for Jerron?
I don't think so.
Do you know if his parents, Annette or Dan, Jerron's parents, ever asked the school system to provide Jerron with any mental health services at all?
Let me double check. I don't know if I can answer that question with the interview data that I have. Check. I think the answer is no, because they didn't perceive him as having a mental health problem per se.
Okay. You talk about the parents?
Yes.
Okay. So let me go back to kind of the earlier questions in this regard to asked. So when you're in it, asked you about and recorded interviews with Jerron, do you typically record your interviews or evaluations?
No, that would not be typical.
And is there a reason for that?
I mean, it's not a sort of disputed interview situation. I'm going to meet with the person several times. If I recorded it, it would be because maybe I wouldn't be able to recall what was said, but I'm taking notes. So I personally don't need to rely on a recording. I don't need it for any purpose.
Okay. And when you talk to Jerron about the incident itself, the murders, the details of the murders, are you acting as an interviewer for the police?
Oh, no, certainly not. I'm a psychologist. I'm not
So your
law
focus is on what mitigation, what psychological issues, what mental health issues are there with the patient, with the defendant?
So my focus is trying to assess the psychological influences that are occurring as the event is transpiring. Even though we're not raising insanity in this case or any, there was no indication that we're going after those statutes for insanity at the time of the offense. The process of interviewing for like, how was the person feeling? What might motivate them to engage in certain behaviors or choices? That's my area of inquiry. Whether that's mitigating or not, that would be after the attorney, here's what I know, and you might decide to call me for mitigation. But there's plenty of times I interview a person about what happened and I am not called for testimony. And that's fine too.
Okay. I don't have anything else, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. May she be excused, Mr. Wood?
I don't know if Ms. Sammons,
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Sammons. I've asked you, you're welcome to. Do you have any questions?
I do not have any questions.
Thank you.
I was going to just wait.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so may she be released?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, thank you very much for your time. And Mr. Wood, your next witness.
Allison Nadu. Mr. Wood, what was the last name, sorry? Nadu, Allison Nadu.
You might have to adjust that a little bit. Okay, for you, there you go. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, if you would tell the jury your full name, please.
Yes, Alison Naito,
Okay. For the benefit of the court report, can you spell your last name, please?
Naidu.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am. So, where do you currently live?
The whole address or just the city? St. Cloud.
Did there come a time in your life, in years past, where you had contact in another city, Deltona, with Jerron Hunter?
Yes.
And tell the jury how it is. Well, first of all, do you have a son named Esau?
Isan, yes.
Okay. And what's his last name?
Robinson.
Okay. And did your son go to Pine Ridge High School at some point?
Yes.
Okay. And did your son at some point go to high school with Jerron Hunter?
Yes.
Okay. And were they in the same grade together?
I think so. They were all school friends, yes.
Okay. So did there come a time when Jerron ever stayed with you?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jury about that. How did that come to pass?
They were high school teenagers at that time. And my son approached me. He said, Jerome was not getting along so well with his parents at that time and needed a place to stay, and asked if he could stay with us.
Okay.
And I allowed him to.
And this was at a residence in Deltona?
Yes.
So at that time, did you know Jerron before your son had mentioned him?
Yes, yes, he was his school friend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did Jerron come over to stay for you to your house and you meet him there?
Yes, my home, Jerome and my Isan and his school friends, they all would come to visit at my home from time to time and quite often.
Okay. How long after you first met him, roughly, did he come to actually stay with you, Jerron?
I really can't remember a time frame because they were attending high school, and so
if you don't know, I'm very
yeah, I'm trying to reprocess that question you asked. I knew him for a while before he came to live with us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask it this way. So at the time that your son asked if it's okay for Jerron to stay over, was it just your son and yourself living at the residence?
Yes.
Okay. Were you working back then?
Yeah.
What were you doing?
I'm a nurse.
Okay. Are you still a nurse?
I'm still a nurse.
Okay. Very good. All right. So did your son Esau play sports back then?
Yes.
All right. What kind of sports?
He played football and basketball.
Did Jerron play sports with your son at the same time, or do you know?
I can't remember if Jerome played, but they were all together at that time period. There were 4 of them, and they were all going to school and coming home at that time.
Had you ever met Jerron's brother, Alicia?
No.
Okay. Had you ever met Jerron's parents?
No.
Okay. So were you okay with Jerron staying over Travis?
I was okay. My home was a safe haven for all of my son's friends. They would come, they would eat snacks, they would do homework, and go to their various homes. So it wasn't unusual.
So before Jerron stayed, came to stay at your house, you had other kids?
All the
spend nights
time,
there?
all the time, the whole football team.
All right. Do you have a big house?
Well, it was 3 bedrooms, living room.
So Jerron does come to spend the night?
Yeah.
Okay. And did he have like his own bedroom or how did that work?
No, I had a guest room, Isan's room and my room. So the kids had the 2 rooms on that side of the house and I had my room.
Okay.
So,
Do you remember how long Jerron stayed with you?
he stayed a little over a month, I would say. It's been a long time, but I think it was a little over a month.
All right. And how did Jerron act when he was over at your house?
Jerome was the quietest person as a teenager. He came very quiet, did the things that the teenagers did, but he was the quieter of them.
Quiet teenager.
He was very quiet. I had no problem with Jerome. He would wake up, get ready for school, and just quiet, very quiet.
So did Jerron, was he continuing to go to school or did he go to school while he stayed with you?
I think so. I think they all went to school together and did school activities. See, I worked and I went to school during the day myself. So being there right with them all the time was very limited time.
Would you like eat meals together?
I cooked meals, eating together, like sitting down at a table. No, I was a single parent, so we didn't have much sitting down at the table time, but they did have meals.
Yeah. Did you, when Jerron stayed with you, did he write any poetry or poems?
That was one of the most remarkable things I remember about Jerome. Mostly every day he wrote a poem. He would write and he would show me these beautiful poems that he wrote.
Okay. And did you, were there particular types of poems or subjects or anything?
If I remember, I used to wonder if he had a little crush on one of his high school friends and he was too shy because he was so quiet. He was so shy to talk to the girls and he would express it with the writing because they were just beautiful.
Did this happen like frequently when he was staying?
Almost every day he would show me 2-3 times a week. He would show me what he wrote on the paper. I so regret I never kept them, but I would praise him and give it back to him because it was his poem and his writing, and they were beautiful.
How did Jerron act when you would review the poems, give them back to him? Did he have a reaction or say things to you?
I would remember him just smiling after I gave him and praise him on it, and he would smile in a happy way that he was happy that I praised him on the poem. And I genuinely liked his writing and his expressions.
Did during the time that Jerron was at your house, did you have any problems with him all? Discipline, bad talk, anything like that?
No, never had I had reason to scold him or none of that. And I say how quiet he was, but that did not stop him from interacting with his other friends. He was a typical teenager. He laughed, he talked, but like the other teenagers would be, and Jerome was more on the quiet side.
Did he appear to get along with the other teens that came over
As
that?
far as I know, yes, I've never had any complaint that they weren't getting along.
How about things like, was he, was he messy? Was he trashing any part of the house? Was he, would he clean up? How was he like living?
So I guess I was blessed with a responsible son because I was out so often, school and work. I relied on them to make their beds up, keep the home tidy, and not have dishes in the sink. That was one of my biggest pet peeves, dishes in the sink. And so, to be honest, I don't remember if they took turns in washing up and cleaning up their mess, but it was never something that created an issue for me because they cleaned up after themselves. Now, if I stuck my head in the bedrooms, I can't tell you that I know that their beds were always made up, but they kept the house in fairly decent, clean condition, not to create an issue for me.
When John first started spending the night at your house, did you make any contact with his mother or that?
Yes, I did.
And tell us about that.
So I remember calling Jerome's mom because I didn't want her to feel I was encouraging him to stay away from his home. So I called her to let her know, one, that he was here with me and my son, and the second thing was that he was safe. And so I guess her reaction as a parent, she was mad at Jerome. And so it wasn't warm and fuzzy, but at least she knew that he was there with us and safe.
Do you remember, I know it's been a long time ago, but do you remember the words that Annette said to you when you were having this discussion?
I can't remember specifically the words, but I remember the context. It was like, if he wants to be there, you can keep him. He can stay there. Okay. Not in a very happy way.
Did she ever say anything like, well, he better get his butt over here, or he's got to come back to the house, or he's got to leave your house right away? Did she disapprove of Jerome staying with you?
I don't know that she disapproved of him staying at me, but she did disapprove of him not being at his home.
Right. So there eventually was there eventually a time when Jerome stopped living at your house?
Yes.
And I think you had said earlier he stayed with you about a month, is that right?
Yeah, a month, a little over a month. It wasn't very long, but long enough to experience his living with us.
And do you know, did Jerome say in advance, ahead of time, hey, I'm leaving? Did he give you any kind of advance warning or communication?
Gosh, it wasn't like sit down and talk, I'm leaving, no.
Do you know where Jerome went after he left your house?
I don't know a physical place that he went to, but I know when he came, it was understood that there was another adult. If I remember, and I'm not sure I'm so accurate with this, but that adult was involved in the church because I think his dad was involved with the church, was a pastor. And that adult was trying to find him a more permanent place to be. And so I know of the individual, but I don't know, I don't know who that person was and where he was.
Was it sometime after that Jerron leaving your house, that you found out that Jerron had been arrested for the murder?
Very shortly after.
Very shortly. Would that have been a matter of weeks or months or?
Weeks. If I remember, I'm vague on the timeline. But
based on what you saw with Jerron and the experience of him living at your house, were you surprised or about the arrest?
Shocked and devastated. Very shocked.
Since then, have you had further communication with Jerron?
No.
No. Has Jerron asked you to say certain things here? Has anybody asked you to say certain things on his behalf?
No, I mean, I was asked if I would be willing to testify for him, but that was it. Nobody.
Do you see Jerron in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Can you point to him and describe the color of any piece of clothing he has on?
He has on a blue jacket and a tie.
Okay. And what's the color of the jacket?
Is it blue? Looks like blue from here.
Black gentleman with a beard?
With silver gray hair.
Judge, may the record reflect she's identified.
The record so reflects.
I tend to believe.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
I just have a couple of quick questions for you, all right?
Sure.
You said Jerron lived with you guys for about a month?
If I remember, a month or a little over, a little less.
Okay, so a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
He followed the rules of the house?
Yes.
You said he was a quiet, but overall a normal teenager when you were around him?
Yeah.
To himself or talking to somebody. And if he had wanted to stay
Ms. Haley calls Dr. Jane Turner.
Stand here, face to raise your right hand. And please solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth that help you God. All right, please have a seat before me.
Tell us your name and spell your name for the court report, please.
My name is Dr. Jane Turner, Janeturner.
And you said Dr. Jane Turner. What's your occupation?
I'm a physician. I'm a trained forensic pathologist.
And my office contacted you about this case. What did we ask you to do?
You asked me to review materials related to the death of Mr. Tyre Nichols and to tell you my opinion as to the cause of his death.
And what in your background qualifies you to give opinion testimony on that issue?
I'm a board certified forensic pathologist. I've practiced for over 25 years. I've performed well over 5,000 autopsy examinations, including autopsies in individuals who've had head injuries from assaults, motor vehicle accidents, gunshot wounds, falls. I've also given lectures on traumatic brain injury.
And I think you went to medical school somewhere.
I did. I went to St. Louis University School of Medicine.
And is that where you live now, is St. Louis?
Yes.
Have you ever been called upon to give this type of expert testimony before?
Yes.
How many occasions?
With depositions and trials well over 200 times.
Your Honor, may I ask the witness, Doctor?
Sure.
Dr. Turner, what is that you have in your hands in front of you?
It's my curriculum vitae, which is essentially a resume.
And is that up to date?
This is from November 2024, so it's close.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, we would move that as the first exhibit for Dr. Turner.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Show the 23-page CV of Dr. Turner as exhibit 33.
Dr. Turner, could you sort of walk us through the steps you go through in order to make a determination about the cause of death?
I review records provided to me, police investigative reports, and in this case, videos. I also review medical records and the autopsy report and autopsy photographs and some trial transcripts.
And is that all the records that you reviewed?
Yes.
And what did you find out from that review?
That Mr. Nichols was assaulted. He was struck in the head. He was unsteady on his feet after that. He was eventually attended to by emergency medical services and taken to the hospital, where he was already showing signs of shock. He was initially had no pulse, no blood pressure, wasn't breathing, so urgent care was administered to him, including intubating and putting a tube into his airway so that he could have his breathing supported. And he was administered medicines to help his heart function better. And he was subjected to imaging studies to determine why he had cardiac arrest.
What kind of imaging studies?
He had a CT scan without contrast of the head. He also had CT scans without contrast of chest and neck. He had a repeat CT scan a few days later, repeat CT scan of the head a few days later.
What were the results of those scans?
The results showed that of the head, that he did have soft tissue injury of his scalp from the assault, but he didn't have any skull fractures. He didn't have any bleeding around the brain or in the brain. There was no real evidence on imaging that he had brain injury, and yet clinically he had myoclonic activity. It's a type of seizure, and that activity was improved when he was given anti-seizure medication.
And what else did you find out from the medical records?
He had shock affecting all the major organ systems. So his brain wasn't functioning, his lungs weren't functioning, he had to be on a respirator. His liver went into shock. It was described clinically as shock liver. His kidneys were shutting down such that.
You use the term shock a lot. What do you mean by that?
Shock means when your body reacts to an insult to the system. There's septic shock, that's when you have an infection and your body overreacts to the presence of that infection. In this instance, Mr. Nichols had neurogenic shock. He had a reaction to the head injury, and that caused his body to overreact to that injury by his heart failing, his lungs failing, his liver failing, his kidneys failing.
And did you also review the autopsy that Dr. Ross did?
Yes.
And what did that show?
That showed that Mr. Nichols had a response to the head injury in that he had hemorrhage in his brain eventually. So on the initial imaging scan, he didn't have any visible injuries to the brain. But by the 10th, he did have hemorrhaging on one side of his brain and on the outside of the brain. So in reviewing the medical records and correlating those findings, I found that he had elevated blood pressures after he was admitted to the hospital, but after he had that first CT scan, indicating to me that the hemorrhages in the brain were part of a reaction, that those hemorrhages weren't from the assault itself, otherwise they would have, not directly, otherwise they would have been visible on the initial CT scan. They developed later, and they developed later because when there's trauma to the brain, there can be an adrenaline rush. The body reacts by pushing out adrenaline, and that can cause high blood pressures, which he did have. And those high blood pressures can cause bleeding in the brain.
What was Dr. Ross's conclusion as to the cause of death?
Blunt force trauma of the head.
Do you disagree with that or agree with that?
I agree with it.
Did you take a different path to get to your conclusion than Dr. Ross did?
Yes.
Explain that path.
Well, I injuries to the brain, and that's why a second CT scan was performed, because the doctors couldn't figure out why Mr. Nichols was as sick as he was, and he was in shock. And the second CT scan showed that in the interim, between the January 7th CT scan and the January 10th CT scan, he had developed this hemorrhage. And also in that period, he had elevated blood pressures.
Did that have something to do with well, how did the elevated blood pressure figure into that?
The best estimate is that Mr. Nichols was without a properly functioning heart for 25 minutes or so before he got to the hospital. The brain is very dependent on the heart to provide it with blood and oxygen. When the brain doesn't get the blood and oxygen it needs, that causes not only damage to the brain, but to the blood vessels in the brain. And the blood vessels get damaged and weakened, And if you have a surge in blood pressure, those weakened blood vessels will leak blood.
And that was the result, that what caused the hemorrhage?
Yes.
And how did the hemorrhage relate to the cause of death?
It relates to it because if Mr. Nichols had not sustained that head injury, he wouldn't have had that brain hemorrhage. So the cause of death is still blunt head trauma.
How would you describe the major difference between your path to that and Dr. Ross?
But it appears that Dr. Ross saw that there were hemorrhages in the brain and concluded that it was from blunt head trauma.
Now, are you familiar with the term rhabdomyolysis?
Yes.
And what is rhabdomyolysis?
Rhabdomyolysis is the destruction of muscle cells in a great quantity and suddenly. And with that destruction of muscle cells, protein gets released into the blood, and that protein damages the kidneys.
And did that figure into Mr. Nichols' diagnosis?
He was diagnosed on January 9th with rhabdomyolysis.
And did the objective findings from the medical records support that diagnosis?
Yes.
Dr. Ross indicated that the trauma to his arm could have been the source of the rhabdomyolysis.
He does say that in the medical records, the rhabdomyolysis is described mostly as mild. And he was diagnosed with rhabdomyolysis on January 9th, but his kidneys were already damaged. By January 8th, Mr. Nichols was receiving dialysis for his damaged kidneys. So he came into the hospital with evidence of damaged kidneys. On January 9th, he had begun dialysis. On January 10th, he was diagnosed with rhabdomyolysis. And then I forgot one other piece of information. On January 7th, an analysis was performed of his urine, and the urine did not show any protein related to rhabdomyolysis in his urine. So the rhabdomyolysis developed later, subsequent to Mr. Nichols already having such severe kidney disease that he had to undergo dialysis.
And did the rhabdomyolysis have any effect on his cause of death?
No.
Assuming that Mr. Nichols received a kick to his arm at some point prior to going to the hospital, would that have had any effect on the cause of death?
No.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Dumont, you'd be up next.
I'm next. I don't.
All right, Mr. Perry? No. State.
Dr. Turner, just to be clear for the jury, you said a lot of very impressive words. The beating that Mr. Nichols took is what killed him.
The injury to the head, yes.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We would call Robert Long. Robert Long?
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony is the truth as of the you got? Please have some.
and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Robert Long, RobertLong.
And Mr. Long, am I correct that you are here pursuant to subpoena?
Yes, sir.
And when were you employed on January 7th, 2023?
Memphis Fire Department.
And what was your position with the fire department on that day?
Firefighter EMT.
And what engine were you riding on January 7th, 2023?
Engine 55.
Did you on engine 55 respond to a call at Ross and Reynolds?
Yes. I apologize.
Going to play a portion of a clip from a video that will be marked into evidence. And I am going to stop it at one point and ask if you recognize yourself. This is Preston Hemphill's body worn cam paused at 20:37:25. Do you recognize yourself in that clip? Mr. Long?
Yes, sir, I do. I have the Memphis Fire pullover on with the radio strap on.
And pretty much the center of the screen.
Yes, sir.
And that is you responding as an EMT to a call at the intersection of Ross and Reynolds, January 7th, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
And to your left on the screen there, can you identify that person? Stopped at a bad spot. Should I try again?
No, sir. That's on the far left side of the screen, halfway cut off. That's advanced EMT Jamichael Sandridge.
And he responded with you that night, correct?
Yes, sir.
And was the person you were called out to treat at Ross and Reynolds at that time?
Yes, sir. That was we were called out for Officer Hemphill.
Okay. And did you learn that there was somebody else that needed to be treated?
Yes, sir. On that scene.
Okay. You learned that somebody else needed to be treated while you were at that scene at Ross and Reynolds, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was, the person that needed to be treated was a suspect, correct?
Yes, sir.
And was he at Ross and Reynolds?
No, sir.
Where was he?
We were told later in the video, or if it was play on, that he was at a different location of a Castlegate lane.
Okay. And did Engine 55 go to that location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you got there, was Castlegate Lane blocked by several police cars, parked police cars?
Yes, sir.
Where did Engine 55 park?
We parked at the intersection of Castlegate and Ross, about a block away.
Okay. And what did you do next?
My advanced EMT informed me to grab our blue bag, and we dismounted from the engine, and we moved up to I think it was Castlegate and Bear Creek, that intersection that he was at. So we dismounted and took our equipment up there.
What equipment did you take? You just mentioned a blue bag.
My advanced EMT partner grabbed the cardiac monitor, which is a heart monitor that's above me. I'm not too sure on specifics of it. And then I grabbed the blue bag, which is our bandaging equipment and some medications that are in there.
It's the trauma treatment equipment, correct?
Yes, sir.
Going to play another portion of a video from Desmond Mills's body-worn camera. I'll stop it and ask you to identify yourself if you can. Can you identify this Officer Mills's body-worn camera is stopped at 20:50:07. Can you identify yourself?
Yes, sir. I'm just a little bit offset from center. I am looking down, standing next to the patrol car.
Okay, and although not visible from this clip, the suspect that you're there to treat is seated up against that police car, correct?
Yes, sir. Our patient was.
Patient. And who is to the left of you with the yellow shoulder patch in this and cap?
That is my advanced EMT partner.
And his name?
His name is Jamichael Sandridge.
Now, are you employed by the Memphis Fire Department today?
No, sir.
When were you terminated?
January 30th, 2023.
And to your knowledge, was it related to your conduct on January 7th, 2023 at work?
Yes, sir.
Now, on January 7th, 2023, when you got to Castlegate and Bear Creek, you observed a person later known to you as Tyre Nichols, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you spoke to him.
Yes, sir.
What did he tell you?
He told me his name and his age.
How was he sitting?
He was sitting upright against the patrol vehicle.
Sitting in a normal seated position?
A little bit canted off to the right.
Okay. What did his head and face look like?
He had a bump on his head, and then he had dried blood under his nose, and then he had a busted lip.
Was there any active bleeding about the face?
No, sir.
What else did he tell you as you spoke with him?
I asked him if he had consumed any alcohol. He admitted to having alcohol, and then I asked him if he had taken any drugs. He did not confirm nor deny that he had drugs.
How did his speech appear?
It was a little slurred, but it was, I took that as consistent with being under the influence of alcohol.
How did his breathing appear?
A little rapid. He was still breathing fine. He still had an open airway, but it was a little rapid. So I'm assuming he just got done running before he was placed in that position.
Was he alert?
Yes, sir.
I was about oriented.
Yes, sir.
What did he request of you?
To stand him up and uncuff him.
What was his pulse like?
I didn't get a physical pulse on him.
Could you tell by whether he had a good pulse or not based upon your interaction with him?
Yes, sir. Just by his movements, I could tell that he had a good pulse. He was able to move all of his limbs on his own, so that tells me that he has a good pulse.
Did you learn how you just described?
I was told that he ran and that from the police officers, and that when they got to, I assumed that he was tackled just consistent with the injuries that I noticed because they had to stop him from running from him.
What about any pepper spray?
I did hear from when we were at the scene at Ross and Rains, Officer Hemphill said that there was pepper spray that was used on that scene. That's what inclined me to think that pepper spray was probably used on him.
Did you smell any pepper spray there, February?
No, sir, I didn't.
Did you examine his pupils?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how would you describe his pupils?
His pupils were pinpoint.
And what did the pinpoint pupils indicate to you and cause you to do?
They indicated to me that he was under the influence of some sort of drug, and so it caused me to call for an ambulance.
Why call for an ambulance since you're an EMT?
To get a higher level of care to the scene, such as a paramedic.
Did that occur?
Yes, sir.
Who was the paramedic that arrived with the ambulance?
Yes, sir. That was a paramedic, Jesse Guy.
Paramedic has more training than an EMT.
Yes, sir.
Who else arrived with the ambulance?
His partner, the EMT, Jalen Jones.
Did Mr. Nichols' condition change from alert and oriented while you were there with him?
Yes, sir.
How did it change?
He went from alert to sorry, trying to get my words together here. He went from alert to responsive to painful stimuli.
Okay, and for those of us who have no medical training, starting with your question, what does responsive to pain mean?
So what we'll do as an EMT is if we notice that a status has changed, we will administer a sternal rub. And so it's just taking the knuckle of your fist and just rubbing on their chest to start painful stimuli. And that usually causes like either a muscle jerk, and that tells it that they're responsive to pain. If they didn't react at all, then it's unresponsive.
Okay, so upon arrival, he's alert and oriented, correct?
Yes, sir.
Stays that way for several minutes?
Yes, sir.
And he's that way when you call for the ambulance?
Alert?
Alert and oriented?
Yes, sir.
Ambulance call was because of the pinpoint pupils?
Yes, sir.
Describe the time frame between his status changing to responsive to pain and the arrival of paramedic Guy in the ambulance.
I'm not exact on how long it took. I think it was maybe when I did my sternal rub, maybe around 30 seconds to 45 seconds because they were coming up as I was doing my sternal rub.
So the change in status to responsive to pain is within seconds of paramedic arrival. Is that 30 to 45 seconds is your best guess here 2 years later?
Yes, sir, if I had to estimate.
Upon arrival, did paramedic Guy take over the medical care?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, did you go get the oxygen bag?
Yes, sir.
The oxygen bag was back at the engine on Ross Lane, correct?
Yes, sir.
Until then, Mr. Nichols had not been administered oxygen, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, Mr. Nichols leaves Castlegate and Bear Creek in the ambulance, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who drove the ambulance?
I drove the ambulance, sir.
And where did you drive it?
I took it to St. Francis Park off of 5959 Park Avenue under the guidance of the paramedic.
St. Francis Hospital here in Memphis, Tennessee, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who was seated in the passenger seat during that drive?
A police officer was in the passenger seat. I didn't catch a name.
Do you recall if he was a big, heavy-set guy?
He was a little bit on the more built side. He did have a beard and he had a beanie on.
Do you recall whether he had any hair?
He had facial hair, but he had a beanie on over his head. It had MPD on it.
Do you know if that was Officer Mills?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know the names of the officers.
Who was in the back of the ambulance with Mr. Nichols?
It was paramedic Jesse Guy. It was advanced EMT Jamichael Sandridge and EMT Jalen Jones.
What did you learn about Mr. Nichols' condition when you arrived at St. Francis Hospital?
When I arrived and started to unload Mr. Nichols out of the back of the ambulance, when I opened the doors, I noticed that the Lucas device, which is it does the compressions in CPR, was attached to him, and so that told me that he went into cardiac arrest.
Have you been aware he was in cardiac arrest prior to, well, when you left the scene at Bear Creek and Castlegate? Was, to your knowledge, was Mr. Nichols in cardiac arrest when he was put in the ambulance at Castlegate and Bear Creek?
No, sir.
What did you do upon arrival at St. Francis Hospital?
I parked the ambulance at the ambulance bay, got out and opened back doors to start unloading Mr. Nichols. Was out of the back of the ambulance and then wheeled him inside with my paramedic, my advanced EMT, and the EMT. I believe the officer went inside with us, but I'm not too sure. I was just focused on bringing the patient inside. And we brought him inside through the double doors and then wheeled him into one of the trauma rooms.
Transfer care to the emergency room personnel?
Yes, sir.
I'll go ahead and moment, Your Honor. Sir. I pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right.
Just
My name is Martin Zumak. I represent Justin Smith. Justin, could you stand up a minute? Name look familiar to you?
No, sir. I mean,
Was there a police officer on the scene that night that carried on more than one or two or three conversations with you regarding the oxygen level of Tyre Nichols while you were supposedly there giving him treatment?
is not that I recall. I remember somebody saying something while I was looking for the ambulance crew, but as far as like multiple times, not that I recall.
Do you remember a Memphis police officer saying, "Hey, do you have one of those baggy things you can put on his face?" You remember that?
No, sir.
I'm going to go to the Mills body camera, starting at 20:50:05. If you could, sir, do you see yourself in that image?
Yes, sir, I do.
My volume's at 100%. No matter where I go in the video, there's no audio. And mine's not on mute at 100%. I don't know what else I can do, Judge. Well, I'd like to play it off mine. We should be able to play it off this laptop if I'm connected, right, Judge?
And John, there's just this one, we got 3 different computers that have not had the ability to make sound. There's something going on with it, maybe that needs to be somebody. Do something with the courtroom itself.
It's not a system in the courtroom. Your computer is casting that when they disconnect mine, you can make it correctly.
I'm gonna disconnect mine.
I don't know.
Well, we're connected because the video's coming up, it's an audio sound, there's something that is disconnected with. That somehow stopping the sound because it did it on this one, it did it on his, and it did it on this one. Now,
What I'm saying though is, you may need to switch your audio feed on your laptop. And then be able to switch the speakers on the TV.
I understand that, Sean. This is, I think, the third time I've operated video and I had audio this time.
We have an expert that is just great at your president.
Graciously.
Now we can try to do that. We can try to connect again while we're back to here. I turned mine off. Yeah.
So I didn't know.
Right.
Start there.
And I'm gonna try to reconnect that shit. Your Honor, Everyone good at that?
Maybe a quick recess, Judge.
Anybody need a break? It appears this may take a little bit longer than we anticipated. You ought to step out, take a break, and hopefully when y'all come back in, we'll have some. Matt, we have seemed to have resolved our audio technical difficulties, so we're gonna keep our fingers crossed and not touch too many things and see if we can keep it going. We'll go ahead and just resume.
All right. When we left off, I'd asked you if you recognize that fellow, if anybody or MPD officer had said anything to you about oxygen levels. In other words, Tyre Nichols, his O2 levels look low. His O2 is getting lower. You recall conversations like that?
I recall one of them saying that, does he look all right? As far as like O2, asking about O2 levels, I don't recall hearing anything about that.
All right. Let's see if we back into it another way. You, on direct examination, at least the way I took your answer, was that you were called out on this dispatch to treat Mr. Hemphill for pepper spray. Did I misunderstand your answer about what the purpose of your arriving at Rains and Ross Road was?
No, sir.
I didn't misunderstand what you said.
No, sir.
When the dispatch to your fire station came in, tell me if I'm wrong, they didn't tell you who your patient was. They just said you had a chemical spray incident at Rains and Ross Road. Is that right?
No, sir. When it came over the loudspeaker, it says assault, and then it tells us the location of what equipment is going. So in this case, it was assault, and it was the intersection of Rains and Ross Road, and our engine company that was responding. And then on the inside of the cab, we have a mobile data transmitter, which is our computer that's inside the piece of equipment. Dispatch can put notes in that dispatch log, and in the log it said police officer sprayed by pepper spray.
Okay, and that is the Memphis Fire Department dispatch log that you're talking about.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Not Memphis Police Department.
No, sir.
So if Memphis Police Department said something different to the Memphis Fire Department, and Memphis Fire Department didn't say something different to your in-cab camera, you don't have anything to do with that. You don't know how that could have happened, right?
No, sir.
Okay. That's why when you came walking up to Hemphill at the scene, Hemphill said, "Yeah, I have some spray, but you're here for the suspect. He's down there." He told you what you're there about, right?
He told us that there was at another location that there was an incident that took place. That there's another suspect over there, but for us it's patient.
But you thought it was another patient?
That they told us that he told us that there was another patient down the street from us, but we were originally dispatched to Ross Road in Rains.
You keep using the word another patient. So are you being led to believe by someone that there were two patients, one cop, one suspect, or two incidents? Or what were you being led to believe, and by whom?
It was two separate incidents. When the first incident we were dispatched to was Ross Road in Rains. That was the incident we were initially dispatched. We didn't find out about a second incident until after our interaction with Officer Hemphill.
And did Hemphill also tell you that the suspect had been tased?
He said that the tasers were deployed and the OC spray was used.
And did he say that they had been fighting with the suspect? I think he used the word fighting with the suspect.
To my knowledge, he said that that they were in an altercation with him. As far as like currently, I didn't know like if they were still having an altercation down the street or just at that scene.
Yeah, but I'm only talking about Hemphill because Hemphill's not at the other scene. Did Hemphill tell you that that the suspect or someone, a patient, had been tased, had been sprayed, and had been in an altercation with the cops? Did Hemphill tell you or lead you to believe those things?
It led me to believe that taser was used, OC spray was used, and that the suspect took off.
Okay. Now, you then went down to Bear Creek and Castlegate, and I'm going to be playing for you a body-worn camera of Officer Mills that I have coordinated with the District Attorney's Office starting at 2050:03. If you could, 1, cross your fingers, 2, watch the video. the time this is going on, about how long have you been standing around, in your best estimate, been standing around there with the patient? Because the patient's at your feet, just out of view, isn't he?
Yes, sir.
About how long have you been standing there?
If I had to guess, maybe 3 minutes.
Okay, fair enough. Now, got you on the left, and I would offer to you, see the black fella with the hoodie on and a baseball cap, and he's got white bottom tennis shoes. You see that fellow that's handing you something?
Yes, sir.
I would offer to you, and I think there's no dispute, that is Justin Smith, who I introduced you to earlier. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Where is Mr. Tyre Nichols at this point in your treatment?
After
At this point, where is he?
he's still sitting next to a patrol car.
And you've told me that Hemphill told you there was a taser used and OC spray used. And then you've told us that you got off your fire truck and you grabbed your trauma bag. Isn't it Memphis Fire Department policy to not only get the trauma bag for someone who has trauma, bleeding, injury, and also get your what's called a green bag, which is a small oxygen canister? Isn't that the procedure and policy of the Memphis Fire Department when you get off your truck?
Yes, sir, but it's under the guidance of the highest level of care on the
So it's somebody else's fault. You didn't get the green bag.
I was just instructed by my highest level of care to bring the blue bag.
You're an EMT, right?
Yes, sir.
Emergency medical technician. At this point in your treatment, or treatment under the care of your senior person, has it crossed your mind at this point in the treatment that this patient may need oxygen?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna hit play at 205021. Are you and the other fellow, the senior fellow, are y'all providing any medical care right now?
Just observe, just overwatch and make sure that he doesn't harm himself.
Have you or the other EMT, have y'all laid hands on the patient yet?
Yes, sir, we have.
You have?
Yes, sir.
Okay, mark that time. 8:50 p.m. You are testifying that you have laid hands and begun treatment on the patient, but now you're just observing. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, sir.
Is that Mr. Nichols' feet flopping around? Do you need to get up?
I can see it, sir. Yes, sir.
Are those Mr. Nichols' feet flopping around?
Yes, sir.
Are you even looking at the patient right now?
Just then I was. But I hear the sirens of the unit approaching.
Well, you volunteered. I didn't ask anything, but since you did volunteer, I need to ask you. So because you hear sirens coming from some direction, you're gonna not treat anymore?
No, sir.
Okay. I didn't know what you meant by volunteering that. But you're saying you hear the ambulance coming. Is that what you just said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. See the man in white tennis shoes?
Yes, sir.
Right here, what are you looking for?
His wallet, so police can have his ID.
All right, thank you. What did you just ask Sanders for?
I don't recall. I wasn't able to hear it in the video.
Has an O2, you an O2 monitor is?
Yes, sir.
Measures oxygen rate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Has an O2 monitor been placed on the patient as of right now?
No, sir.
Has a blood pressure cuff or any type of monitoring equipment at all been placed on the patient at this point?
No, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't say it, Mr. Stegall. I'm starting back up at 205209. Which one of y'all are observing Tyre right now?
Off screen, but I'm facing towards him.
Oh, just gotta see. Is that Nichols' feet flopping around now? He's rolled over on his left side?
Yes, sir.
Did you say earlier that you heard the ambulance siren? Where'd he go?
We can hear it from a long distance away. It wasn't close enough, but we could hear it coming.
Is that Mr. Nichols trying to lift himself back up?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you meant when you put in your report that he was alert and oriented?
I didn't fill the report out, sir.
Somebody else.
As far as like the EPCR, no, sir, I didn't fill that out. But my grand jury, yes, sir. This is prior to the assessment for alert and oriented was prior to this.
I hear sirens now. Do you?
Yes, sir. They're a little bit closer at this point.
Yeah. Is that Mr. Nichols now rolled over on his left side?
Yes, sir.
Now he's on his back?
Yes, sir.
Rolling onto his right side?
Yes, sir.
And where are you?
I'm still standing off screen looking at him.
Well, I'm not a doctor or anything. How is that man supposed to be able to breathe if he's laying flat on his back or rolling around on the concrete?
He can still breathe if his airway, if he has his neck up, he can still breathe. It's not obstructing his airway.
You did check his airway?
He's able to move around on his own, and he's able to move air.
Is your position because he's moving, he must be breathing?
Tells me he's got a good pulse and to be able to move on his own. It would be able to. I'm not I'm just an EMT. I'm just very basic of it.
All right, let me move on. 2054 Oak Forest, Oak Ridge. Now do you hear sirens?
Yes, sir, more clearly. They're closer to the scene.
You know, when you first told us you heard sirens, did you happen to know what time it was?
No, sir, I didn't.
It was 2051, 3 minutes ago.
Yes,
Where's
sir.
this ambulance coming from?
From I don't know where they're coming from because the ambulances go all over the city.
What did somebody just ask you?
Is he all right?
You don't recognize voices, I'm not gonna ask you. Was it a cop or a fire department man that said that?
It wasn't either one of our voices, it was a police officer.
Same voice said what?
I didn't catch it.
I'll replay. At 20:54:53, a voice that you said is not a fire department person said, "He all right?" You heard that, right?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall someone asking you there that night with your own independent memory?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna hit play, and that same voice asked a follow-up question. If you could please listen. Did you hear that?
It was very quiet. I still didn't catch it.
Did it sound like you sure? You sure? You sure?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you recall that of your own independent recollection that night, where somebody says, "Is he all right?"
I remember that, yes, sir.
And did you answer that question when that cop asked you that question?
Yes, sir. I believe I started moving towards the patient and started doing my sternal rub.
But you didn't answer the question of the cop.
No, sir. Not to my knowledge.
Before we go any further, what's your understanding of who is responsible for medical care once you arrive on an active scene in the city of Memphis working for the Memphis Fire Department? Who's in charge of medical care of whatever patient, whatever suspect, whatever heart attack victim? When you arrive at a crime scene or a police involved scene, who is in charge of the medical treatment there on that scene?
The highest level of care.
Elmer Fudd language.
In this case, it was the advanced EMT. The highest level of care assumes the primary care of each and every patient on every scene, regardless of what the scene is.
Then you were not number one guy, you were what, number two guy?
Yes, sir.
And what is the number two guy's role?
The EMT's role as far as assisting the higher level of care is considered the gopher. So and what I mean by that is that if the advanced EMT needs something brought to the scene that wasn't initially brought to the scene, the advanced EMT advises the EMT to go grab that said piece of equipment while he can maintain patient care.
Okay, thank you for that. And the senior EMT, I think we called him, I could be wrong, that was the black fellow named Sandwich, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you were the number two man, or as you say, the gopher, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So if Tyre Nichols was getting no care, no basic life support care, you're telling us and the jury that it's Sandwich's responsibility, not yours. Is that what you're telling us?
That as far as I don't assume primary care, even if he doesn't completely terminate care, and he would have to relay that to his partner. If he doesn't give me any signs, I wouldn't know.
Isn't Tyre Nichols giving you and Sanders the signs that he is struggling there at the scene? Are you just going to sit there and say, well, I'm going to wait till Sanders tells me to do something? Is that what your position was that night?
No, sir.
Well, then what was it? You're an EMT hired by the Memphis Fire Department to provide medical care and a secondary gopher level or whatever to victims in Memphis. Who was taking care of Tyre Nichols while he was laying on the ground?
It was the advanced EMT. He was
advanced EMT. All right. I'll move on here. That's the advanced EMT with his hands in his pocket.
Yes, sir.
All right. What is that bag that the advanced EMT is moving?
That would be the cardiac monitor.
So the cardiac monitor has not been unboxed or unpackaged as of this time?
It was unpackaged and he repackaged it back up earlier in the video.
Okay. Moving on at 20:55:10. So he sets the bag down. I'm sure somebody here will be interested. Was that a cop or a fireman that asked, do you have an ETA on your unit?
That was a police officer that asked.
We're now at 20:55:20, and I still don't see an ambulance. Do you?
They just pulled up on the scene. They just arrived on scene, but they haven't made it up to the scene yet.
Wow. Did you hear somebody say standing up, sitting on his butt?
He was already sitting up. I had the other officer help me lift him up, and then I continued to administer sternal rubs.
We're about to get to the officer setting him up, but as it stands right now, Tyre Nichols is not sitting up in a recovery position, is he? He's laying flat on the concrete.
Not that I recall. It's hard to see from this angle of it.
Well, you did see him flopping around on the concrete on his side and on his back and on the left. You did see that, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And are you trying to say that Mr. Nichols was able to put himself back up against the car?
No, sir.
Okay. So if Mr. Nichols gets put in a medical recovery position, Mr. Nichols is not going to be able to do it himself, can he?
No, sir.
And so you just heard a voice, and I'm asking you, was it a cop or was it a fireman that said, get him on his butt? Who was that? Was it a cop or a fireman?
That was a police officer.
Why is a police officer telling you to put your patient in the recovery position?
My advanced EMT stepped off, and I was going to maneuver to the other side and get an officer to help me lift him up.
All right, let's watch that. Is that same officer with the baseball hat on?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then there's another police officer there helping him, is that right?
On the other side of him, sir?
I'll remind you in a second. I'm at 20:55:29.
Yes, sir.
Now the sternal rub occurs, right?
No, sir. Prior to lifting him up, I did another sternal rub. That's where I was saying, hey, man, prior to us moving, I did a sternal rub there. He responded to pain. And then even here, he responded to pain.
Where's the advanced EMT that you report to at this point? Providing medical care.
I don't know where he went off to.
All right, not a doctor, but if you do a sternal rub on somebody for 15 seconds, is that because the person is gone what otherwise might be referred to as non-responsive?
I did it multiple times, and then he responded to I believe the third initial time that I did the sternal rub, he responded to pain.
Okay, you must have missed my point. Do you do sternal rubs on people that are responsive and breathing and healthy?
No, sir.
You do sternal rubs on someone who's non-responsive or unconscious to see if that will stimulate pain so they'll jerk around, right?
Yes, sir.
So you've now told us you've done 2 or 3 sternal rubs on this guy. I'm asking you, that was because Mr. Nichols was unresponsive and looked unconscious, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at this point, has it crossed your mind to put this man on oxygen?
Yes, sir. Now, at this point, it did. Yes, sir.
But where's your oxygen bag?
On the piece of equipment.
What, a block up the road?
Yes, sir.
Moving on at 20:56:25. That's more sternal rub, isn't it? That you're doing?
Yes,
Did
sir.
you see Mr. Nichols speak to me? That's
Yes,
more
sir.
sternal rub, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
I don't see anybody going to get an oxygen bag.
My advanced EMT hadn't returned back to me yet at this point.
Earlier when I asked you where he went, you said you didn't know where he went. So are you trying to tell us now that you figured out that he must have gone back for the oxygen bag?
No, sir. That's just he hasn't came back to where we were. At this point, I still don't know where he's at.
Okay. Didn't play again at 205644. Did you hear what that black officer with the baseball hat just told you? Did you hear what he just told you?
Yes, sir.
What did he say?
What is his oxygen?
I'll play it again for you so maybe you can try it. Again. Did he say his oxygen is low?
Still hard for me to hear.
Do you have any independent recollection that night that black officer with a baseball hat on said something about his oxygen level being low? Because when I first started asking these questions, you said you don't remember any cop saying anything to you about oxygen. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. Is that advanced EMT Sanders that I see moving around behind the black cop?
Yes, sir.
So he's come back.
Yes, sir.
Did he bring the green bag with him?
No, sir.
So when you saw that he didn't bring the oxygen bag back with him, did you run to
Yes.
go get the oxygen bag?
Yes, sir, I did.
Hold that thought. You hear what that black cop just said? He said he's got low oxygen. Did you hear that?
I heard it. Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's at least 3 times I've heard the same officer with a black baseball hat on say something about low oxygen to you.
I was getting tube bag at this point. I ran into the paramedic.
Do you
At
think
least
you're
my
not getting
knowledge.
oxygen bag?
Yes, sir. I know at one point I did.
Let's see if this refreshes your recollection. When the ambulance arrived, the man in charge, I think his name was Guy, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
The head paramedic on that vehicle told you to go get the stretcher.
Yes, sir.
You've testified that when you went to go get the stretcher, you took the green bag, the oxygen bag, for the first time off and put it on the stretcher. Do you recall testifying to that?
I put it on the ground.
I'm sorry. Beg your forgiveness. You put it on the ground. And when you went to roll the stretcher away, you said that your Lieutenant Whitaker, for some reason, had taken the oxygen bag and put it back on the truck. Do you recall testifying that way?
Yes, sir.
So even after the ambulance got there, even after you went to get the green bag and instead came back with a stretcher, you still didn't come back with a green bag, did you?
The back of the stretcher has an O2 bottle and nasal cannulas and non-rebreathers on the back of them.
All right. Judge, I'm going to sit down. All right, let me go to Mr. Beans's. Were y'all able to find it? That's okay. Now, no, hold on. May I speak with co-counsel, my client from Underground? Okay. Y'all like to use it. I'm through.
Does your co-counsel?
Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Terry, you're up.
You said that you remember riding to St. Francis Hospital,
Yes, sir.
and you said you remembered a gentleman with a MPD, I think you called him bean, a hat,
Yes, sir.
and if Darius Bean stand up, you remember seeing a face that had been in the passenger seat of that ambulance?
Yes, sir. He looks familiar.
Does that look familiar? He
Yes,
looks
sir.
familiar.
Yes, sir.
But you didn't know him by name or anything that night?
No, sir.
But if I tended to you that that was the person in that vehicle, would you disagree with that?
No, sir.
It looks like it. in other
Yes, sir.
words. And do you remember him at any point doing anything to obstruct the ability to administer care to Mr. Nichols, who had been in the back of the ambulance?
No, sir. Not that I recall. No,
He
sir.
didn't- he didn't
Not
get
well.
it?
He was in the front of the ambulance, so no, sir.
Right, and when you would have seen him at the hospital, was he in the way?
No, sir.
And when you were on that scene, did he actually try to do anything to obstruct you from the care that you were trying to administer at that time?
No, sir. The first time I saw him was actually in the unit.
All right.
We call ambulances units, so I'm sorry. I'm gonna use that synonymous.
And so on the scene, did you ask him any questions about the condition of Mr. Nichols?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall asking him anything about what would have happened on the scene prior to you arriving?
No, sir. Not that I recall.
Now, you would have been a level of care higher than Darius Bean as it related to healthcare, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had actually had training in the military, correct?
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, a few weeks before January 7th, 2023, you just got back from Djibouti, Africa, right?
Yes, sir.
And you have actually seen people injured, correct?
No, sir.
You've never seen anybody injured?
Prior to on Memphis fire, or
Yes.
Oh, yes, sir.
And prior to the experience on that night, in other words, you've seen injuries before.
Yes, sir.
And you've asked people about what happened to this person on this particular scene at different occasions, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on that particular evening, and I know in a few minutes you might be asked questions about what was said to you one way or the other. If you had questions about this person who you're observing, according to what you testified to earlier, you did see blood, right?
Yes, sir.
And you did see contusion to the head, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did see the person laid up against a vehicle and moving around, right?
Yes, sir.
You asked questions of the person that you had a conversation with, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on that particular scene, there was nothing that you asked any of the officers regarding what happened on that scene, right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't ask about what happened as it relates to how did this person get in this condition? What was he doing? Was he trying to run from you? Any of those types of questions, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your questions and what you did were based on your experience, right?
Yes, sir.
And according to your testimony, and I think your grand jury testimony as well, the higher or ranking level of care on that scene that particular evening was Mr. Sandridge, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sandridge, did you hear him asking any of those type of questions that I just asked you if you asked?
No, sir. Not that I recall.
You didn't hear him asking anything about what happened on that scene? How did he get in a particular condition? Nothing like that, right?
No, sir.
Now, when you gave grand jury testimony, you're in the room with people that are only from the government, right?
That's my assumption. I don't know personnel.
You see any of us in the room with you?
No, sir.
We weren't asking you questions like right now, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've been asked questions over at the grand jury and in that building a few different times, right?
Yes, sir.
But as it relates to what happened on that particular scene, on that particular night, none of these officers did anything to obstruct your ability to do your job. Yes or no? Did they obstruct you?
And as far as like knowing like which officers were where, no, sir. Not that I know there was officers like constantly going throughout the scene, but as far as like knowing who they were, I don't know.
Let me ask you this way. To Darius Bean, did he stop you from your ability to render care?
No, sir. Not to my knowledge. No, sir.
He didn't leave your bag on the truck or anything like that, right?
No, sir.
and he didn't stop you from your ability to go get your bag or do whatever you needed to do as you were asked questions by Mr. Zuma regarding going back and forward to the truck that you were there on, or the engine that you were there on, he didn't obstruct you,
No,
right?
sir.
And you got there because police officers told you all where to go, correct?
Yes, sir.
And once you got there, nobody did anything to stop you from doing your job. They had MPD on their badge, or on their chest.
And not that, as far as like these officers go, not to my knowledge, as far as these officers.
And more precise, one more time before I sit down, to Darius Bean, he didn't stop you, and you recognize him from riding to the hospital in the same vehicle with Mr. Tadarius Bean, right?
Yes, sir.
This scene that you responded to is a lot different than other scenes you've been on, right?
Very different, yes, sir.
Tell me what you mean by that.
This is the most chaotic scene that I've ever responded to, and this is my first day back prior, and I've only had a year on the street prior. This and then, as far as like I've interacted with MPD before, and it was just not. This just felt different as far as being on that scene.
The way the officers reacted,
A little bit, yes, sir.
not the way they were treating you.
As far as like pepper spray, taser, the information that was given, that's all the information I had.
All you were told was pepper spray, taser, and you ran from the police, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, how many of the police officers, including Mr. Bean, ever told you that he had received an impact to their head?
None.
No.
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
How many told you that, in fact, he had been kicked really, really hard in the head?
Not to my knowledge, sir. No, sir.
Or that he'd been kicked again in the head?
I wasn't given that information.
Or he'd been hit by haymakers to the head?
I wasn't given that information.
Or that he had been hit twice while he was down after all of that?
And that wasn't given to me.
You were given information that he looked high or he was acting high, right?
Yes, sir.
Like on drugs?
Yes, sir.
And that information, did it influence the care that you gave him?
Yes, sir.
If you had been told that he had received devastating head blows, would that have impacted the care you give him?
Yes, sir.
But you weren't given that.
No, sir. I
His eyes.
Yes, sir.
At the point, pupils could correlate to drug use, like being high.
Yes, sir.
Is it true they could also correlate with significant neurological brain damage, like the shifting of brain tissue?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna object, Your Honor. He's not qualified. He's not a medical doctor. He testified as to
Your Honor,
basically.
we can approach.
His testimony was that it was indicative of being high. He didn't give a conclusory answer to that regarding whether or not he had been. He said that's what the indicia was. Now, he's asking him about neurological shifting of the brain, et cetera. He's not qualified to do that. He's not even qualified, according to him, to get a bag off the truck without somebody telling him. So he definitely can't answer this question about neurological deficits.
Yes, my question was not about neurological deficits. My question was about the pinch or pupils, or whether that could be a sign of neurological counsel. Or pupils could be drug use, neurological brain damage, and he's qualified to answer that. He answered that.
If the witness knows the answer, the court will allow him to answer the question.
Can you answer that question?
Yes, sir.
If you had been told about impacts to the head, there's medical stuff you could have done, right?
Like for impacts to the head, as far as like internal injuries, no, sir.
Not asking if you could perform surgery. Are there things you could have done out there different had you known that there were significant impacts to his head?
Yes, sir.
For instance,
C-collar, C-spine.
and what's a C-collar?
It's a neck brace that holds your cervical vertebrae, which is the upper vertebrae in your spine. It holds it in place to keep you from moving your neck and further injuring yourself.
And is that important when you have neurological damage?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever ask to have the patient unhandcuffed?
Yes, sir, I did.
Was the patient unhandcuffed?
No, sir.
Do you remember who you asked about unhandcuffing the patient?
I remember asking one of the police officers. I don't have a name to be able to.
So to be
relate to.
fair, you do not know if it was one of these police officers or not.
No, sir.
But did you ask the police officers to unhandcuff the patient?
Yes, sir.
Was that granted or denied?
It was denied.
Did that hinder your ability to do what you're doing?
Yes, sir.
That's all my questions.
Thank
Mr. Long, when you were at Castlegate and Bear Creek, January 7th, 2023, did you know about any punches to the head?
No, sir.
Did you know about any kicks anywhere on the body?
No, sir.
Did you know about the use of an aspirin baton?
No, sir.
Had you been there and seen that?
Like, I'm sorry. What are you at? Like,
Well-
if I was arrived earlier to the scene?
You didn't see any kicks to Mr. Nichols, correct?
No, sir.
And you didn't see the use of an aspirin baton on Mr. Nichols, correct?
No, sir.
And you didn't see any punches to Mr. Nichols, correct?
No, sir.
So if you weren't, it's because you weren't there when that occurred, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you're not there, you have to be told, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if you weren't there when punches were thrown, you can't tell an EMT about it, correct?
I'm sorry. I misunderstood your question.
If Demetrius Haley was not present to observe punches, he couldn't tell you about it, correct?
I think that requires speculation. I think this is projections or speculation.
I'll withdraw. But Haley, would you stand up for me? Do you recall seeing Officer Haley at Castlegate and Bear Creek?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know names, or at that time I didn't know names or
The
who they
gentleman
looked
who was
like.
just standing, stand up again, Mr. Haley. Do you recognize the gentleman standing as having been at Castlegate and Bear Creek that night?
I don't know who police officers were there. As far as like the names of the police officers that were there, like I can see them here now, but as far as like being able to, I can give you a description of them, but as far as like seeing them, I couldn't tell you if I saw them or not, if I recall seeing them there or not.
Okay. So the gentleman who was just standing that I referenced right now is Demetrius Haley. Do you recall him being at Castle?
Recall.
And you were previously you were asked by Mr. Hagerman questions about if you had known about punches or kicks, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what you would have done differently was put the C collar on, correct?
Yes, sir.
nothing else.
I would have done a lot more differently. As far as like my care, like probably try cutting his clothes off, trying to get him to where he's we call it trauma naked. So cutting his clothes off down to his undergarments, and then to where we can expose the body to be able to see any physical damage.
And you would have done that if you'd have known about kicks or punches, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you have done it if advanced EMT Sandridge had not told you to do it?
I'm sorry. As in, like, if he told me not to do it or told me
No,
to do it.
if he had not instructed you to do that,
If
would
I
you still have done it?
if I found out that information, I still would have done it.
So that's unlike when Mr. Zumak was asking you questions about your care, and you said that's up to advanced EMT Sandridge. He was in charge of the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
One reason you didn't go get an oxygen bag back at the truck a block away for so long is because advanced EMT Sandridge had not told you to do it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he was in charge of the scene.
Yes, sir.
But if you know about kicks or punches, then you'd have been in charge of cutting clothes off.
Well, I wouldn't have been in charge of it, but if he knew the information as well, then our care would have been different from just thinking it's an overdose.
Do you recall testifying under oath before a federal grand jury?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall being asked whether any officer on the scene told you that Mr. Nichols had been punched? And you said no to the prosecutor.
Yes, sir. I said no.
You were being questioned by a female prosecutor, correct?
Yes, sir.
So your answer was actually no, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I said no, ma'am.
And then you were asked whether any officer on the scene told you that Nichols had been kicked. And you said no, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you were asked whether any officer told you that Mr. Nichols had been struck with an acid baton. And again, no, ma'am, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And then, if anybody had given you that information, how would it have affected your care? You were asked, right?
Yes, sir.
Your answer, with my scope, I would have been able to tell to be able to do, that would make it a little more sense with the injuries, because we were trying, the entire time we were trying to figure out how he ended up this way. He was still fine and talking to us the entire time, but that would have definitely changed how I would have approached the scene and would have been a little more assertive with the police on they needed to take the cuffs off of him. So you were not assertive in trying to get the cuffs off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the cuffs were taken off when paramedic guy got there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you were asked, were there any other ways that it would have changed the care you provided? Do you recall being asked that question?
Yes, sir.
And your answer, with what I can do, probably would have put a C-collar on him if I knew that information. Other than that everything else would have gone outside of my scope, and I can't do that. Is that your answer?
Yes, sir. At the time, that was my answer.
Okay. And do you recall the date of your grand jury testimony as March 7th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
So it was about 2 months after this incident, January 7th, 2023, out on Castle-Dick and Bear Creek, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you never said you would do anything different other than put the C-collar on, correct?
In the grand jury, yes, sir.
Okay. And you were asked, what else would you have done? You agree, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never mentioned cutting off clothes, correct?
No, sir.
You never mentioned examining the body, correct?
No, sir, I did not.
That was not done, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Advanced EMT Sandridge never instructed you to do anything like that, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that night, you took no initiative that Sandridge didn't instruct you to, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
If I might have a moment.
Yes, sir.
Ask the witness.
I'm gonna have to take a moment, Your Honor, based upon, an answer that was given. I'm gonna have to get into Bean's body worn camera, Bean body worn camera number 2 at 20:57:41. My options are Roku TV or Samsung TV. No longer have that.
Today we're announcing that
One moment, Mr. Long. Okay. Remember when I first played video for you? One of the guys in the baseball hat says, "What's the guy's name?" He says, "Nichols." "What's his first name?" "Tyre." You remember that exchange that was going on?
Yes, sir.
And that's when we stopped. Okay. But then I heard you testify that when the officers were asked to remove the handcuffs, they didn't do it. Did I hear you right?
Yes, sir.
And we've watched your treatment. We've watched your treatment of Tyre Nichols up until this point, because this is when we stopped before, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. By the way, the man that just came on the scene is the ambulance fellow, right?
Yes, sir.
You hear that man, what he asked him?
No, sir, I didn't.
I'll play it again. I will suggest to you, says, can we get somebody with the handcuffs off of him? Before I ask my next question, where were you during this sequence?
Getting the stretcher from the ambulance.
Right. So how is it you're able to testify that when you asked, or when cops were asked to remove the handcuffs, they refused?
Your Honor, this knows when he was asked to remove the handcuffs, not the cops.
Okay. So is it your sworn testimony today that you asked any of these police officers to remove handcuffs?
I don't remember if I asked any of these police officers, but I asked a police officer.
And what did they say to you?
They didn't confirm or deny that they would, but they didn't make any motion to remove the handcuffs at all.
Okay, this is a 2058-09. You would agree with me, handcuffs are being unlocked, correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry. You passed your questions.
Yeah, I'm just saying I closed the lid.
Sorry. I was asked to follow up. Those questions came from the camera, the body worn camera, of a person named Darius Bean. Let Mr. Bean once again stand up. Now, do you remember during that particular video seeing a person unlocking the handcuffs?
I can't testify to that. I was still on scene, but I was away from where that interaction took place. I was down grabbing the stretcher off the ambulance.
Right. So when they were asked on camera whether or not to unlock a video, you wouldn't have been there to see Mr. Bean unlock, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Now, do you remember specifically ever asking to Darius Bean to unlock the handcuffs?
The first time I saw it, he had actually recognized from sitting in this room now. The first time that I ever recognized him even being on the scene is from when we got in the ambulance together, from when he was in the front seat with me.
All right.
As far as like any other interaction, I didn't recognize who it was until seeing in his courtroom today, seeing him in just his familiar self sitting in the front seat with me.
And to be clear, you never remember him at all trying to do anything to obstruct your ability to get to Mr. Nichols. Am I correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. And going back to the question that you were asked from Mr. Hagerman a few moments ago, you said something about a stabilization device. What do you call it?
We call it's interchangeable, C-spine or C-collar.
C-collar or C-spine. To your knowledge, and I guess based on your training, does that do anything to stop any brain swelling?
Not to my knowledge. Not what I know.
Does that do anything to help breathing?
keeps the airway open, but it doesn't like force air. It just keeps the neck stabilized, so it's not giving oxygen or anything.
And consistent with your grand jury testimony, that's just about all that you would have done any different had you asked questions about what happened and had those questions said, well, this is what happened. That's what you would have done that would have been any different than what you already have testified that you did on that scene.
So
Right?
during the grand jury testimony, yes, sir. However, I've done more of research just on my own, and I've just came to conclusion of what more I could have done.
Now, and you did research on your own. Were you out there on January 7th doing research while you're on that scene?
No, sir.
And so you're saying that since you've been going to grand jury and being threatened to be prosecuted, et cetera, during those times you researched what could I have done differently?
No,
right?
sir. Just on my own accord, just going through and just trying to enhance.
I might have asked a poor question. It wasn't on that night though, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And you're saying you did this, you researched this on your own after that particular night, right?
Yes, sir.
Somewhere between January 7th, I'm assuming maybe after March 7th, 2023, that's when you gave your grand jury testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were asked questions also regarding, and I want to be precise about this, you said that you saw Mr. Nichols yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
And you described seeing a head contusion, correct?
Yes, sir.
You also described seeing some blood in the mouth, correct?
Yes, sir.
So we got swelling, blood in the mouth, and you got clothing that looked like it had been at least disheveled, right?
Yes, sir.
And you saw these things yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, based off of your training, is that consistent necessarily with the person being pepper sprayed?
No, sir.
Based off of your training, is that consistent with a person who's being just tased?
I mean, depending on how they fell, it could be, but to my knowledge, I'm not too sure of like how he was tased or what. So again, that could be a hit or miss with it, yes or no.
You were on that same scene where these officers were within feet of you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you heard the conversations regarding the struggles that these officers had.
I don't recall hearing them.
You don't recall hearing any of that, but you do recall what you saw, right?
Yes, sir.
Based off of the contusions, the blood that you saw, the disheveled clothes, it was consistent with a person having been in an altercation, more so than a person just on a regular arrest scene. Yes or no?
It's yes, depending on how they fell, if they were like tackled, because they said that he ran from them. But if they tackled him, then yes. But the injuries could be from them being tackled and wrestling around to get the handcuffs on them. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'll let you finish your answer.
But as far as like any like altercations and stuff, like head, depending on how he fell, he could have a head contusion, he could bust his nose, and he could get a busted lip. But as far as other knowledge of like any altercations and stuff, I don't recall.
And so that conversation that we hear while you're out there, you weren't paying attention to that, right?
I didn't hear it, no, sir.
I got you. And but you did observe, right?
Yes, sir.
And while you're on that particular scene, your care was limited to whatever Mr. Sandridge told you to do, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Very good. You described two different scenes, at least, right?
Yes, sir.
Now you said, and there was some confusion with the question before about whether or not there was two different people versus two different scenes. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
But there were two different scenes. You get to the first scene minutes before you got to the second scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
and you talked to a white gentleman on that first scene, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you're talking to them, to that gentleman, you remember he had this conversation with you regarding what had happened. You remember him saying that the person had been tased,
Yes, sir.
pepper sprayed,
Yes, sir.
and fighting with the officers.
Yes, sir.
So you remember that specifically from that first conversation that you'd had. It had just been moments before you go to the second scene, right?
Yes, sir.
So there is no mystery about what had gone on between first scene, second scene, and when you get there related to that particular suspect, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you did know that the person had been tased, pepper sprayed, and fighting with officers prior to any of this type of conversation regarding whether or not they told you X, Y, Z. You were told specifically that the person had been in an altercation with officers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
But nothing at all about head trauma,
No, sir.
not a thing.
No, sir. Or use of asp or punching or anything like that. An altercation can go for like many things, like just pushing and stuff like that. That can be an altercation. Or yelling, that's an altercation.
The important part would have been the head trauma.
Yes, sir.
He was asking you earlier about a conversation that you did not hear. He was asking you didn't hear the conversation of the officers when you were treating the patient.
Yes, sir.
In particular, did you hear these officers talk about how many pieces they gave him?
No, sir. I didn't hear that.
So that conversation you just did.
No, sir. I didn't hear it.
That's all my questions.
Anything else? This witness.
Hang on. Hang on.
Those are all the questions we have for you. Step down before you go.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, believe it or not, we've been going through some of these witnesses and going through the proof a little bit quicker than anticipated. We're going to go ahead and excuse you this evening. We're going to get started back up tomorrow with the continuation of the proof. We'll go ahead and excuse you, ask you to leave your notes in your chairs. Please do not discuss the case. We all have your all right, the jury's now out of the courtroom. Are there any matters that we need to take up before we adjourn? Are there any matters that we anticipate needing to take up before we start?
The audio.
If you all, when you all come in, if we can just figure out the audio so we can maybe not have these issues tomorrow, but we'll go ahead and adjourn for tonight, start trial tomorrow night.
All right, this court stands adjourned to tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.